Hey, how's it going, guys? Welcome to Roll with the Punches, War of the Gods, Session 2, The Crown in the Countryside. For those of you who don't know, War of the Gods is a one-shot series being run through the Facebook RPG one-shot group. If you watch one of these videos and you're interested in joining, we're always accepting new players. The series is going to be going on for a while. The link to the Facebook group is going to be down in the description, so go check that out. Without further ado, I want to introduce my players and let them tell you a little bit about their characters and the gods that their characters are representing. So we'll start off with Braden.
Hello. My god is known as the Gentleman Caller, the god of tyranny, fear, and secrets. He's everything you ever fear that people say about you outside your company, the knife that ends empires and the withheld information that dooms nations. His name comes from his rare visitations in the dreams of mortals. They are flirtatious and often extremely dangerous. He is thought to have been slain after his followers were systematically rooted out, but given his nature, only the hopelessly naive believe he is truly gone. His name is the multiverse's best-kept secret. So fearsome is his presence that most people dare not even use his full alias. If he must be referred to at all, he is often simply the G-Man. Our hero is a traveller out of time and out of place, plucked from another world to be the G-Man's champion on this one. Though he recalls almost nothing from his previous life, he's always been sensitive to the whispers of the night. They protect him from harm, but only after the revelation of a gross and scarring secret. You are the one free man, the voices tell him, freed from the whims of fate and free to create your own. The visions have saved his life innumerable times and have led him up to this most auspicious point. The G-Man is ready to ascend, and Freeman is the web upon which the spider moves.
Awesome. Go ahead and take inspiration for that, Braden. Very nice.
Yay.
Next up, Ethereal.
Aha! Ethereal has indeed returned. And once again, I will be portraying Spade and Neuter, the jovial, forthright, somewhat off-kilter crusader to the deity known as Karmus, the jovial god or demigod of animal husbandry and agriculture. For those who don't know anything about our stalwart hero, he is something of an oddity. He has a distinct love of his vast selection of miscellaneous butters, a love of his weapon of choice, which happens to be a shovel that, well, extends a bit. He's a good 6 feet tall, green-skinned, rather brutish, thuggish, and loves his mate, who he actually talks to, not his actual mate, but his traveling companion, Gorgonzola the Oxen.
Very nice. Thank you, Ethereal. Go ahead and take inspiration as well. And next up, JJ.
Hey everyone. My name is JJ. I guess this is my second time playing, so just bear with my noviceness. But I am playing Bikio, who serves the goddess Ina. Bikio is a human warlock Sork. He was first growing up, he was a Sork in a town that he doesn't want to claim anymore. So basically, he was a troubled youth. Always opposed the natural order of his town. So, with being like that, he was very he was tasked with like very not heroic tasks, even though he wanted the heroic task. So one day, as he was attending the children as one of his menial tasks, a dragon appeared, and from there he wanted to prove himself, opposing everyone that thought he couldn't amount to anything. So when he took on the dragon, he actually perished, and then from there, Ina saw, opposition within him, and being the goddess of opposition, Ina, who is, like I said, the goddess of opposition and assimilation, saw this great opposition from Bikio, and she wanted to make him into his champion. So when he perished, she actually killed the red dragon that slain him, and assimilated part of that red dragon into him. So, and that's how he became sort of a Sorc with dragon abilities, or bloodline dragon. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, JJ. Go ahead and take inspiration as well. And last but certainly not least, we have Spencer.
All right, my god is Zeratul. Zeratul is the god of death. He is also known as the Crow and the Silent One. And as far as his champion, well, he's not much of a champion. He's more of a assassin, a kingslayer, if you may. Originally a slave, he was killed. And Zeratul saw this one and didn't like how his soul felt. So he sent down a crow. This crow flew down, landed on his corpse, and just started eating his body. Ate it till it was completely full, completely just decrepified. Then this body rose and started to regenerate his skin. This corpse now, once it fully matured back to almost a human, started to do nothing but worship the crow. The crow then trained this human to be the ultimate killing machine. So for the past 4 centuries, he's done nothing but take on different assassinations and contracts to kill many different people. And now Zeratul is doing nothing but waiting to collect the souls of other fallen gods in this whole conflagration. Just hoping for a few of the gods to fall.
Very nice. Thank you, Spencer. Go ahead and take inspiration as well. So stretched out across the vast gray expanses of the astral plane rages the war of the gods to claim Ramuk's throne. The one eye of the storm, the one calm point within this tumultuous plane, it remains constant, is the Colosseum of Souls, the neutral ground over which the gods can fight to claim the relics that have been reclaimed from the material world. Today we have several representatives of the gods vying over control of an item known as only the crown. Its purpose is hidden in mystery and is said to be able to control the ebb and flow of life itself. As your gods enter the arena, be it familiar to you or not, you are greeted by a figure that you are familiar with. Amok, keeper of the Colosseum. I suppose there will not be any bloodshed here on neutral ground today. I am correct? He says to each of your gods.
Zeratul will just will just stare silently at him.
Ina says, agreed with your rules.
Karmesh pipes up. But of course not. We're not here to have a war amongst ourselves. That's exactly the reason we actually decided to have this contest decided by our champions of choice. Why would we shed blood here when already our great and wondrous father has perished? We're here to be family and brothers. Why can't we all just get along?
I have always enjoyed your look on things, Spade. Karmesh. Your champion Spade should do you well, though his methods are strange.
Aha, that is one crazy young lad, but what can I say? He's a young man after my own heart. Reminds me of myself in my more mortal days.
Keep your silence if you will, Zeratul, but if you raise a hand against any of your brothers in this arena before the contest, I will be forced to put you down.
Zeratul will just stare at him and nod. Never one to kind of speak at actually ever.
If we were to break down in unnecessary conflict here, all the efforts in the world would have gone to waste, and, well, let's just say that my hour has come again.
Yes, I see you've managed to creep back into the planes from which you were once extinguished. I hope you find what you are looking for this time, and have learned a valuable lesson from your former demise.
Demise is such a very strong word, and besides, the right man in the wrong place can make all the difference in the world.
This is true. Shall we see how your chosen fare? He walks over to a large basin filled with what appears to be like a mirror-like liquid, and he taps his finger into the center of it, and his rings sort of ripple out. We see a dark and gloomy countryside as a raven flies across vision down through the clouds. Your vision takes you to the city of Steingard, once a large and bustling metropolis among the hill lands. It has since become ravaged, attacked en masse by the living dead that seem to be rising from the countryside itself. The source is unknown to those in Steingard. However, the inside information your gods has given you tells you that the lodge of a long-dead order of knights once held the crown, and that it could very well be responsible for these undead if it has fallen into the wrong hands. Your options, or at least the two that seem most prevalent, are either to strike against the lodge by day, or to wait until nightfall and attempt to break through the undead ranks, finding the lodge less well fortified.
Well, are all of our characters together?
Yes, you have all gathered here in Steingard. The cobblestone streets are thick with mud, and there are constantly carts hauling the dead to giant burn piles so that the bodies might be destroyed so that they cannot rise again.
Alright, well, you would see Theron kind of just sitting there, arms folded, with a crow on his shoulder. And he's a rather bald but large man seems rather oafish, and every time he sees a cart of the dead go by, he just silently smiles to himself, knowing that that is just another batch for his god to be collecting.
Yes. And to Theron, the scent of death, the sweet scent of death, as he would probably describe it, definitely hangs thick in the air here. A palpable mix of rotting flesh, carrion, and blood.
Everyone sees this lanky green man riding atop a green oxen, pulling a cart behind it that is clattering rather loudly, filled with all kinds of various sundries and wares. Upon his back, a silver spade, and indeed girdled and, at the time being, bare-chested. And he is loud and boisterous coming down the street and says, "What ho there, mates! G'day! How do you this morn? I've actually come here looking for the group who's supposed to be going with me, but I got a little turned around. My sincere apologies for being late, but I had to take the time to make sure that the butter was just right. Spade and Neuter is my name, and getting you out of a jam is my game. How can I be of service to you, mates? I hear we have something to do here. Something to do with the unliving?"
And hearing a reference to the unliving, Theron's kind of going to spit on the ground in disgust. But he'll stand up and walk over to Spade and hold out his hand and say, "Theron, nice to meet you."
Spade gladly takes your hands and gives it overly enthusiastic shake up and down, and you realize that he doesn't realize his own strength, and he kind of wrangles your hand a little bit more than he should, and hops down off of the ox and says, "Well met there, Theron. Well, so you're one of the blokes I'm supposed to be going here with, so where are the rest of these stalwart adventurers so we can get this, well, day is waning, and it is always best to deal with the undead while the sun is nice and high. I've got some more undead butter to make, I suppose. Oh, I have to make sure I bring along my holy water butter as well." And you see him go shuffling through his cart for things and making himself busy with gathering wares.
Theron will kind of wipe off the green ick on his hand, coming from Spade.
And as what is Theron?
Yes.
Yeah, as Theron is doing that, Bikio will arrive and be like, "All right, how are you gonna get this? Or where's this group that I'm supposed to be with? Finding this crown for my goddess."
Theron will kind of chuckle. "Well, looks like you found us."
I see. And as Bikio looks up and down the two people in front of him, My name is Bikio, but you can call me Bick.
Theron.
Pleasure to meet you, Bick. Spade and Neuter. Care for some jam and some butter? I've even got some bread. What kind of butter do you prefer? Peanut, almond? I've even happened to have some Ifrit butter here.
Oh, sorry, I'm allergic to nuts and lactose intolerant. But thank you.
But, oh well, I've got jam.
Maybe for another time.
So, as your group is sort of gathered around a gentleman clad in a half plate, obviously one of the town's guard, known as the Sentinels, steps forward from the street. Listen here, you blokes. I've heard what you've come here for, and we're not here to stop you. All we're asking is that you not involve any of our people in your little holy war. We've already got enough dead in the streets. We can't take any more casualties, especially not from inside.
Well, by all means, my good man. Spade and Neuter at your service. I'm here, just the man to get you out of the jam. I've actually got, well, your men seem to be lacking here in food and sundries. By all means, take what you like from my cart. We're here to solve your problem, not hurt you at all. I'll do my personal best to make sure that no one actually comes to any more due harm. It's actually my job here to make sure that your village is liberated from this horrible disturbance, and maybe gain some fine ingredients as well.
Are you really offering us food?
Indeed.
Well, if you are, we'll definitely take it. Thank you.
The cart is yours. You can't exactly go dragging the cart for miscellaneous sundries. I don't think the undead want to eat any kind of food.
I accept the flesh of me men. They certainly seem to enjoy that quite a bit.
I've heard tell that zombie love brains. Too bad when I go a-fighting, they'll be starved.
Theron kind of just shake his head at this.
You know, if you're all willing, we could really use your help. They attack in Moss every night. There's no way we'll be able to hold back too many more nights of waves. If you could just help us break their lines, I'm sure it'd be easier for you to get you all to the lodge. And you'd be doing us a great favor in the process.
By all means, take the food and wares, and would you mind getting this buckle? It's kind of hard to reach as Spade starts strapping on his breastplate. Actually, no, it's split mail.
Yeah, so he starts helping you, like, strap it on at that point.
You would see Theron kind of put his ear next to the crow, even though none of you could hear anything. He nods to the crow and says, "All right, I'm willing to help with the undead. In fact, that's where I'm going tonight."
Tonight? Why not now?
Because, do you see any of the undead out there?
Well, why don't we go in? It's best to do it when the sun is up. I heard tell that they hate the sun. That's why they're probably attacking at night. Best to go on there during the light of day.
Aye, that's what we thought too. Sent men out to attack him at the lodge. They never came back. They're all holed up inside. You're looking at a pretty nasty ordeal if you try to go in there during daylight hours.
But if we leave it tonight, they'll come and sack the village. It may be easier to deal with them then, but it'd be harder to have the advantage of day. And at the very least, we can thin their numbers during the day, and if need be at night, assist you all.
I agree. If they are all stuck in one area at night, we can eliminate them at once, then try to eliminate them while their masses are strong.
By the way, I know you're all here representing your individual gods and goddesses and what have you. Do any of you actually have any healing and restorative abilities, or any abilities to thwart said undead, or is that my default job? Because I really am not good at that.
Theron will kind of grip his sword and say, "Well, I don't heal, but I sure kill undead."
Yes, I can't heal either. I'm more with a cleansing of fire.
Just don't melt my butter and we'll be okay. Well, unless I'm cooking, and then I might need a hand.
All right. So, are you guys setting out to the lodge daylight, or are you waiting until they attack the city at night?
Theron would definitely want to do it at night. Theron's more comfortable in the darkness of night.
Spade votes for the confidence in the power of daylight.
Yeah, Bikio will go for daylight as well.
Is Sir Barnard there? Can he hear us, or did he freeze?
Sorry, what?
I think he said he just nods.
He nods.
Nods to which? just yes.
Hmm.
Not very talkative type. I see Braden is.
Spade mounts
So-
Gorgonzola. I don't know Gorgonzola. I don't know if we can make butter out of them. I don't even know what kind of undead they are. No, I promise I won't let them milk you, okay? Let's just go.
I've updated my display. That might help people.
Oh, there you go. There are particularly
Freeman,
nasty sort of
has
undead.
been-
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Go for
Freeman,
it.
who has been pointedly silent this entire time. He's an unassuming looking man, maybe 5'10", shock of orange hair, and a well manicured, clipped goatee, thick black glasses, distinctive orange robes. But he hasn't said a word.
Well, let's head out. Days are wasted. We can't let these villagers get sacked at night. Or unless you really think that we can put up a valiant defense at night, but they've got advantage at night. I can't see in the dark.
That
And,
does definitely make our fight a lot harder. However, if you're being brave enough to go there during the day and thin out our numbers, I'll tell you this, protect your neck. Apparently they like to bite, drain the blood from you.
Well, then that sells it for me. Let's go in the morning.
Can I make a knowledge check of some sort to see if I've heard of some kind of undead that does the, or know anything about undead that do neck biting?
Yes, you may. Go ahead and make a knowledge religion check.
Woohoo! That's only a negative.
Only a negative.
Wait, I don't think I'm quite that bad at knowledge religion.
16.
No,
16.
I'm only at a +3.
Yeah, I mean, you've definitely heard with the 16, Freeman, you've definitely are aware of vampires as pretty much the only type of undead who particularly delights in the draining of their enemy's blood, via biting at least.
It must be a werewolf.
Alright, does a 19 get me anything besides just their vampires?
You do know that typically if there are, if there's a vampire nest, then there's a progenitor. So there must be, basically some more powerful vampire that's creating the rest of these. And most of what most people consider vampires are actually just a true vampire's spawn. So...
Alright, Theron will kind of approach everyone and kind of try to hustle them in, and he'll say, "Alright, I have an idea. How about we leave during the day, and then we just wait for the night to pass, and when they're out hunting the village, how about we go and try to clear out their master?" And Theron kind of just assumes that all these people know. Theron doesn't kind of just assumes people are as intelligent as him.
I asked the guard. It's a guard that's with us right now, the NPC.
Yeah, I mean, by his badge and the fact his armor is quite a bit better than most of the others, you're assuming he's one of the guard captains, and he's been directing men to unload Spade's cart since Spade said that he would offer up any of the food. and they're like the men are coming and they're unloading the cart. Some of them are looking at the jars of these like butters and jams and like the strange colors and consistencies, and they're looking at them very strangely. But at this point, they're not complaining because it's food and it's reliable.
Okay, well, so I asked the guard, have you noticed where these creatures have been coming from, where the source would be?
Aye, they're definitely holed up in the lodge in the forest to the west of us here.
Held up in the lodge, you say?
Yeah.
So I refer back to my group. I go, if they're all stuck in that lodge, I agree that we should go during the day and then probably just destroy the lodge. And then...
That's easier said than done. Damn thing's made out of stone. From some order of knights that's been long dead for as many years as I've been here. But the thing's been rotting there away for 100 or more years, still hadn't collapsed. Well, if you got the power to take it down, by all means do so. But the thing seems to withstand just about any attack we've put at it. And believe me, we tried catapults.
If catapults will work, I might not have the per se power to do it, but I think this Melanius butters and jams might do the trick. Very, very slippery in texture, you know, might loosen the lodge to crumble and all that. But I say at least we take out the masses by their source.
Careful once you get close to it. There's all kinds of strange creatures roaming them woods now, during the day even. The whole place is surrounded by an eerie fog as well. Only a few men actually made it inside, and they never made it back out, so I can't tell you anything past there.
Guys, I'm telling you, we just wait outside, let them go past to do whatever, ransack the village if they want, and then as they're out, we go in and kill whatever's left.
So you're suggesting that while the masses are attacking the village, we just sneak around them and take out the remaining in the lodge?
Of course.
I said we take the preemptive strike. Why wait on them to come and possibly try and gauge their strength then? Why don't we go and figure out what it is that they've got going, and if need be, fall back and defend the village by night?
I signed up to get a crown. I didn't sign up to defend some damn village.
Same here. I was told to retrieve this crown and nothing more.
Well, how mighty noble of you all. What if retrieving the crown is actually, and saving the village can be done in one fell swoop? You think only about getting the glory of the crown. You forget the glory of actually spreading the word of your God. By the way, I look over to the guard captain at that point and say, Karmesh, he's the guy that I'm here for.
Aye. Our holy men here have caught wind. The gods don't speak to us quite as loudly as they do to your lot, but they still speak to our priests. We understand what's going on in the plains. We understand why you're here. I can't say I quite fathom the whole thing, but they said you were coming, and here you are. So it must be true. Ramak's really dead, huh?
And you'll see Theron kind of smile at the thought of a god being dead. Theron doesn't quite know if Ramak's soul is collected to Zeratul, but he just knows that he's hoping it is.
Well,
At this point, Spade is so antsy, he mounts Gorgonzola with a great deal of effort, seeing as how he's not used to this heavy-ass armor that he's got on. and he will spur her on to feats and glory. Onward! It is time to turn the undead.
If you all need horses to follow
Oh,
your friend there, we're happy to provide them.
if you please. Good Sir Paladin. Hold a moment. How about we go to survey the place during the day, find out what we can, watch the movements, and decide from there. At this point, we know nothing. Let us find out something. I have means at my disposal to illuminate all the dark corners of this world, given time.
Theron kind of will say, I like this one. See, I think we're in agreement. We just check it out, and then we lay in wait and see what happens.
Regardless, it will be easier to get to the lodge during the daytime instead of waiting until the fields are infested with the dead.
Yes, so let's go. But I think we wait outside of the lodge. Wait for them to leave.
We will not have to enter the place to find out all that we need to know about it.
Alright, then we're in agreement. Let's go. And Theron will kind of turn to the guard captain in expectance and say, "So, you promised horses?"
Aye, we got horses for you if you need them. They're
While
a little underfed, so they're a bit fragile, but they'll bear you to where you need to go. Don't know how well they'll serve you in battle, though.
Sounds good to me.
while the horses are being organized, would you please join me? Holds out his hands. Everyone form a circle, please.
Incidentally, I'd love to join the circle and join hands, but unless you say that, like, before a Spade starts doing his stalwart charge forward, being the dumb paladin that he is.
Well, I did ask the paladin to hold as soon as he started to leave before, but if he's
Oh,
already charged off, we'll have to track him down.
Well, I mean, I didn't actually hear you ask him to hold, but he probably would have heard that, and certainly. But please don't ask me to get down off of Gorgonzola. It's so hard climbing on here with this stuff. It's so heavy.
I'm sure you can manage it if you try.
All right. And he falls off, gets up, dusts himself off. Now I'm covered in mud butter. Great. He joins hands.
If I have performed my role correctly, you should all know at this point the only thing you should know about me at this point is that I consider words wastes of time. He holds out his hands. Join me.
Indeed, Spade does.
Theron will kind of
Everyone link
reluctantly
hands.
do it.
Very good.
And I will go to the guard and ask for those horses.
The ritual will be useless if you do not join us.
Fine then. So I go over and I grab their hands. Very tight grip, I guess.
Very good. You'll then spend the next 11 minutes droning out an arcane ritual, which is probably best left to the imagination. At the end of it, he speaks to you all without moving his lips. Alright. Now that you're all joined in holy matrimony with my mind, this should all be quite a lot more pleasant for you all. As you can see, I'm not moving my lips. All of us can now communicate, however we like, across any distance at all. Unless you fall through a portal to the elemental plane of fire, but then you got some other problems on your hands, right?
Darren will just
Any of them look a little bit dumbfounded, he'll helpfully suggest telepathy. Ain't it grand?
Awesome. And what's the duration on telepathy?
2 hours.
2 hours. Okay, cool.
And can be recast as a ritual whenever needed.
Nice. All right. So at that point, do you guys take the horses and head out?
Assuming they're ready by that point, yeah.
Yeah. All right. So as you guys are sort of exiting the city gate, you see a lot of like very sort of forlorn-looking city guardsmen. You can definitely tell they were sort of hoping when they heard the rumors that the chosen of some of the gods were coming here, that perhaps that might mean they were coming to help stave off the undead threat. And they look a little forlorn as they assume that this means that you won't be helping them as you're leaving the town. But it only actually takes about 20 minutes, a decent ride before you actually make it into the woodlands of the like sort of hinterlands surrounding Steimgard. And once you do, you start to hear, oddly out of place, the howls of what sound like great wolves in the distance. The odd part is that they shouldn't really be out around this time of day, typically as nocturnal predators. And being that it's only that it's still a few hours until sundown. However, they sound as if they're moving as though it were night. And you've noticed a very light sort of fog that sits across the ground as you feel a sort of cold chill begin to enter your bodies that begins to echo with the sound of the hoofbeats as you continue to make your way through the forest.
Darren would tell everyone else, now listen, I don't like the sound of those wolves. I think maybe I should go ahead and maybe check it out. Or we can just send a horse ahead and see how the horse fares.
Sounds like a waste of a horse to me.
Well, better the horse be eaten than... And he looks over at Spade and Neuter, covered in green and armor, and says, better the horse than one of us.
Well, if the wolves have been agitated by goings-on around here, I think it would be best if we stuck together.
Trust me, the wolves won't see me coming.
Probably not, but they'll smell you. No offense.
All right. So as you guys continue to proceed on through the woods, the fog begins to sort of thicken, and then rather than being sort of a fine mist that was sort of flowing across the ground, it's now come up to a thick, heavy, dense fog that hangs about a foot off of the ground, making it impossible for you to see your feet below, as you notice that the forest is becoming significantly more and more sparse. Trees look decayed, old, decrepit, some even twisted into what almost look like torturous faces, or stretching out as if trying to reach for life from the light beyond. As you're noticing, as you look up, thick gray overcast hangs in the sky above, still granting illumination. However, it has a very dim and eerie feel to it as you begin to feel the wind sort of pick up and brush against your skin. Feels almost icy, palpable, as if something is caressing you.
Freeman can see into the ethereal plane, up to 60 feet around him.
Okay.
If it changes anything, let me know.
All right. So when you look into the ethereal plane, the fog is also there in the ethereal plane, which you find strange. That must mean that it is somehow supernatural in origin, and not a natural occurrence. As well, in the ethereal plane, the sun is also obscured but not completely blocked. So as you sort of look around in this like misty blue version of the world around you, you notice that you can see sort of the spirits of these trees, like literally like writhing in agony, as it seems as though their life is being sucked out of them through their roots. And you can almost see it like it's being carried deeper into this dying wood through the forest.
The weather sure has changed quite fast. Can I make an Arcana check to see if there's like any magic coming from this? Or would that be like a check or something?
You need to cast a usually
yeah,
cast a detect magic spell.
correct.
The thing.
Okay,
I have
never
a
mind
question for you, Mr. Joshua, the DM. This boom, is that actually in effect the one from the previous
Yes,
session?
yes, absolutely. So you do have the effects of True Sight on all the time.
Okay. Does this mist look magical in its nature then? Or does it seem to be some sort of illusory effect, or is it something that is actually magically conjured?
No, it looks like it's something that has been magically conjured, or is a magical byproduct of something else, perhaps. But it is definitely not illusory in nature.
That being the case, I will open up my divine senses. Oh, show me the way.
All right. And what's the range on that? Isn't it pretty far? Isn't it like a mile or something crazy? Or
No,
am I
divine
tripping
sense,
out?
it's
Is that
only
a
like
different ability?
but it lets me know if there are
Okay.
like if this spot has been like if the mist itself is causing like a not sanctified but desecrated.
Desecrate. Yeah. It is like you definitely, when you turn on your divine sense, like feel the palpable presence of undeath coming and almost like pulling you forward, further into these woods. It's an experience unlike what you felt in the past when you've used this. It feels pervasive and beckoning, as opposed to the normal sort of feeling of dread that it that you're typically filled with when surrounded by the presence of undeath or demons. But it is definitely there, and it is definitely that.
Steady, Gorgonzola. I promise I will not let the undead go. I promise.
All right, and can everybody throw up? I just realized I forgot to get you guys to do this earlier. Spencer, I already have yours. Can I get you guys to throw up your HP, armor class, and passive perception and passive insight into the chat really quick?
Now I've got to look up the AC for Squint. It's like 16 or 17, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's 17.
Yeah.
Problem with getting new armor.
And if it's all right with you, I would like to kind of do just to look around. Would you have it as investigation or perception?
What's that? If you're just sort of like scouting out the area,
Yeah, see if there's anything coming towards us.
that's just going to be perception.
All right. Oh, not too good. All right. Well, I got a 12.
A 12. All right. All right. Good to know, Braden. I appreciate that. All right. So, as you guys are continuing to make your way deeper into the woods, all of a sudden, Theron, you notice what appear to be several sort of hulking, low to the ground, dark masses in this sort of ever thickening fog. You see like these spiny, furry backs, almost as if you were seeing like sharks in the water, as they begin to sort of like make their way through the tree lines towards you. And with as large as they are, they're moving with a very sort of alien grace, if you will. And you also start to notice that there are these strange serpents that appear to be roiling through the fog as well.
All right. With that, Theron is going to kind of put his hands together, and then you'll see shadows kind of just cover him, and then he just disappears.
Awesome.
And for that, I am casting invisibility, and then telepathically, I'm going to tell everyone, you might want to take a look. We're being surrounded. And then he's also going to hop off of his horse and kind of get to the side of the road, kind of away from the party. Would you like me to roll a stealth?
Yeah, go ahead and give me a stealth check.
Well, that's a little bit better. That is a 29.
All right. I'm glad you rolled high, because I did too. All right. So yeah, you feel fairly confident that you've gotten away from like whatever those things are, like moving through the fog, sort of very low and very slowly, and these strange serpent-like creatures that like you just narrowly kind of dodge past one, and it doesn't seem to have noticed you as it continues snaking its way towards the rest of the group. Can we get initiative from everyone, please? And throw it up in chat. And we'll go ahead and if you want to do whatever action you want to take during, you guys are all going to get a surprise round since Theron warned you.
Okay. Does everybody know that we're at like max hit points and everything like that?
Yeah, everybody should have max hit points.
Okay, mine's more than that then.
Okay.
Don't be so squishy.
Yeah, no.
That's how I like my butter. PC butter is the best kind. All right, let me go ahead and roll initiative. Where dice screen go? Why are you hiding dice screen?
Okay, 88, nice. Yeah, it's definitely a little less squishy. One extra hit less squishy.
Yes! As a true paladin, I go last.
Damn.
Awesome.
Even with my bonuses, that's only a 2.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
It's this split mail, I tell you. It's the split mail.
The split mail. Oh dear, so slow. All right. All right. So Braden, you were first up in the surprise round.
What do I see?
After he warned you, you see, like I said, these sort of like furry, spiny, like wiry, hair-covered looking, like arched backs of some sort of creature that appears to be creeping its way through the fog extremely low. However, the size of its backs betrays it to be significantly larger than it's sort of letting itself on to be. And it seems to be sort of creeping forward towards you through the fog with, like I said, sort of this, alien fluidity and gracefulness, as well as you see sort of these phantom serpents kind of moving towards you from all sides through the fog as well.
From all sides, huh?
Correct.
Alright. So the first thing that Freeman does is he pulls a small orb from within his robe and he pushes it, and it fans out into a large disc, which he then stands on and floats 50 feet into the air.
Nice. All right, so
flying.
very cool. So that's your surprise action.
No, well, no, that's his movement.
Well, surprise round is just an action.
Yeah.
You can't move. Oh,
No,
fine,
you
then
get well, you get in the surprise round. You get a single action. This hasn't even actually entered normal initiative yet, so this is just the surprise round.
So you can't move.
No, you can move, or you get one action. You can use that action to move.
Yeah, so basically you would be
moving's
casting
not an
fly,
action.
and then your next one you would move.
Right. Yeah. So if activating the broom of flying uses an action.
No, it doesn't take an action. No, it's
Oh,
just
okay.
movement.
Okay. So in that case, yeah. So then you're 50 feet up in the air, and then it.
Yeah.
Okay. So JJ,
Okay.
this is your one surprise round action. What's up?
It's just it's not an action, so I'm just saying, can I move? Which is moving is not an action, and cast a spell.
No, because moving, like you're using your surprise round action to move at that point. You see, you don't get a full turn's worth of it. You don't get a move and an action.
Well, I'll cast Wall of Force then,
Okay.
such that if we're being surrounded, I'll cast the wall so that it only leaves one. So we're basically fenced in with only one 5-foot opening
Okay.
on one side.
In front of you guys.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Sorry.
No, that's cool.
Okay. So I guess I'll use my action to unleash Eldritch Blast.
Okay.
So I guess I'll split up the two beams onto
Well,
how many serpents are there?
they're surrounding you on all sides, but you have a wall of force in between you and them. So can you fire through the wall of force?
Yeah, as long as he's got line of sight.
Oh, okay. I just wasn't sure how that worked.
I think. Yeah.
So yeah, so they appear to be on like surrounding you on all sides. You can see at least 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
You gonna say something, Braden?
I don't know. It's just that if you can't shoot through it, then I would make a wall of stone that has like archer slits or something in it. So whatever.
Well, that's cool then. But yeah. So I guess I'll target 2 of the closest phantom snakes to me.
Okay.
And that's a roll, right? Relative cost. Do you want me to roll first, or do
Yeah,
it
you make
individually?
you make your 2 attack rolls first, because each Eldritch Blast is a separate shot.
Okay. So the first one was a 7.
Okay.
And then,
Total.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the
so
second
that's-
one was a 20.
All right. So you fire one, and it just sort of like skids below the fog and hits the ground and bursts. And when it does, you sort of notice like the one of the serpents that was next to it sort of like curl in an odd fashion, and your next Eldritch Blast goes and just right through the serpent and completely dissipates the fog. And you see that the serpent appears to just be a trick of the fog, and it doesn't seem like there's actually a creature there at all.
So I take that noticing, and I kind of tell those around me, like, oh, I think these snakes might just be illusions of the fog. Concentrate on the real targets.
Yeah, and
Robin
ethereal.
gets another shot. At level 11, you get 3 attacks with Eldritch Blast.
Ah.
If
Cool.
it goes up at level 11.
Yeah, it does.
Same with all the cantrips.
Okay, cool. Well, I didn't know that. Thanks. So I guess I shoot the third beam at the hulking giant thing,
Okay, cool.
and that will be an 8.
An 8.
Yeah.
High roller.
Oh yeah, that's definitely a miss. However, like as your Eldritch Blast like sort of shoots through the fog and explodes like into the ground next to this creature, it sort of illuminates its silhouette, and you see that it appears to be like some enormous hunched down canid creature, and the illumination of the burst. You now notice that there are actually 10 of them creeping your way in total towards you from the front.
Sorry, how many?
10?
So I guess I see that, and I tell my party that there's 10 creatures coming from the front.
All right, and then that brings us to Theron, your surprise round action.
Theron's kind of going to just stay to the side. Theron's going to just lay in wait, see what happens.
Okay.
Continue to stealth there.
Cool. And then Ethereal, your surprise round action.
Aha! Gorgonzola! Attack pattern 2! It is time to turn the butter! And at that point, Gorgonzola's actually going to, much like a bucking bull, jump up and down and go spin around in a circle and launch Spade off of her, actually towards the group, basically trying to take a charge action and move his movement towards the front little corridor where he is going to hold the line.
Nice. Awesome. Very cool. All right, so then we'll go into actual initiative order. So, Braden, this is your first actual turn.
Okay. How far away are they?
The closest one is about 20 feet off of your little front 5-foot gap currently.
Right. Trying to find something that's not frigging concentration.
There's so many concentration spells.
That's so good. So just to be clear, the wall of force is like a dome over us. So if they try to fly in, they can't do that either.
Okay,
It's
that's
like
it.
an igloo.
got you.
Dome with like one exit.
The igloo of force.
There you
Yes.
Awesome.
Okay. He's going to that first one. He's going to. Well, actually, if I can find the damn thing. Phantasmal force. His concentration. Shit! It's going to eat a fireball. I'm sick of this. Every single one of those pricks can roll a dexterity saving throw.
Awesome. So that's you're gonna be able to hit 7 of them
Okay.
all total. The last 3 are just too far back. Either that or you wouldn't be able to hit the front ones, whichever you prefer. Some of them. What's your DC?
Hang on.
Should be like 12 plus your what your.
Yeah, no, it's 17. I was just adding up the damage.
All right.
17.
The DC
All right.
Yeah, spells DC is 17.
Okay, so 1, 2 pass and 5 fail.
Alright, well they take 31 damage.
The ones who take full damage.
Yeah.
All right. So that your fireball just lights up these guys and burns away the fog in the area as you see these huge dire wolves that appear to be like completely crazed and feral and partially decayed, sort of go up in flames and let out like sharp yelps of pain as they do so. Any other actions for the rounds?
Yep, a spectral owl will fly forth
Mhm.
and sort of claw at the snout of the first wolf,
Okay.
and then the owl's going to fly back to me.
All right. So give me the.
It's taking the help action, yeah.
Okay.
So the next attack against that one in the lead will have advantage.
Awesome. So then that brings us to JJ, your actual turn.
Alright. Let's see. So there's just the wolves and the hunchback creatures just like standing right in front of me.
No, the wolves actually are the like hunchback creatures. They were just creeping like low through the fog, basically,
Oh, okay.
to try to sneak up on you guys.
All predatory.
However, Theron noticed them to begin with, which is why you guys didn't get surprise attacked.
Alright. Okay, so I guess I'll just unleash another Eldritch Blast. I'll split it to 3 to hit the 3 of the wolves that failed, I guess.
Okay, so just the first 3 that failed.
Yeah.
All right, so give me your first one.
Okay. Oh, man. This is not a good day. So that was a 5.
It's a miss.
The second one is a 12.
That is also a miss.
Wow. And yeah, the third one's a miss, is 11.
Okay. Alright, so woof, 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 your Eldritch Blast goes streaking off and slam into the ground around these wolves as they begin to growl in anger at the group. And
So just quickly, what is your attack bonus?
My attack bonus?
Yeah.
yeah, it
Which
should
one?
be your proficiency bonus plus your modifying stat. So if you're using Eldritch Blast, well, yeah, for both of your classes, it's Charisma. So it should be your 4 plus whatever your charisma bonus is.
Okay, I didn't know how to add that. So I guess the 7 would be, what's it? The 7 would be a 15.
Okay, which is a hit.
Because, wait, it's the charisma and the proficiency, or just the charisma?
Yeah, no, charisma and proficiency.
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, then I got a 15 on the first one, a 20
That's
on
a
the second
hit.
one, and then a 19 on the third one.
Okay, yeah, those are all hits. So roll damage for each one.
Alright.
Each one's a D10 plus. Do you have the baleful blast or whatever that adds your charisma modifier?
Agonizing
No.
blast.
Okay,
No, I don't have that.
agonizing blast. That's what it is.
Yeah, now we're cooking with gas.
There you
Butter.
go.
Okay, so wow. The first hit will be a 2. And then the second will be
what's your charisma?
You should be
modifier?
rolling 3d10 damage for. Sorry, no, you should be rolling 1d10 damage for each blast.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but each
Oh.
one should be 1d10 plus your charisma modifier. If you have
No,
agonizing
only if he
blast.
has agonizing blast. If he didn't take it for some reason, it's
Oh,
no
okay.
ability damage.
I don't have that.
Okay. In that case, so 2 damage to the first one. Okay, cool.
Yeah, and then 4 damage for the second one,
Okay.
and 7 for the third one.
All right. So your 3 Eldritch blasts connect. Those first 2 look like they're literally like at the edge of death. And the third one that you strike is just knocked backwards, lifeless onto the ground by your Eldritch blast.
All right.
So then that's Theron. This is your actual turn.
So
So you,
how close are they to the entrance of the dome?
they're about 20 feet away to from the entrance of the dome. You see that like the front 7 are pretty brutally mangled. 2 look like they're faring a little better than the rest. 1 has been completely taken off of its feet. However, the 3 that you see at the rearmost of this pack have currently not taken, look like they're completely unscathed.
So does it look like by the end of their turn, all 10 are going to be within the igloo?
The
Well, not if-
paladin, the paladin is basically
Spade is standing in the front door.
yeah. So unless
Oh.
they manage to shove him back, which I mean they could attempt the shove action to try to push him back, but unless they manage to shove him further back in, they can't actually get into the dome currently.
Alright, still invisible, Theron's going to kind of try to sneak by the paladin, kind of pat him on the shoulder on one side to make him kind of look that way, and then just sneak on the other side, and then get to the edge of the dome. So when they pass him, he'll be on the other side.
Okay, so you go inside the dome.
No, outside of the dome.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Yes, and
Alright.
then I'm going to continue to try to still be stealthy over there.
Right. Gotcha. So in that case, that will make it ethereal.
Haha! Let's see. They have not come close enough for me to turn them. I must close the distance. I am going to actually clunker very, very loudly over to the nearest wolf beast. Do I think that these things are actually, you said they're decaying. Do they look like they've got a disease, or do they look like they are literally festering undead?
No, they look like as though they seem to be diseased.
They've got the mange! All right. I shall put you out of your misery, foul beast, and the closest one to me, I will take my 2 attacks against it.
Awesome.
I will swing my massive double-handed silver shovel at its head, and we will see if we strike it verily. You know what? I feel like being extraordinarily reckless, so I will roll my 4 dice for my 2 attacks.
Awesome.
And I come at the, that is so funny, a 20 and a 1 on the second. I choose 20.
That's why advantage is awesome.
So that will be,
So a hit and a crit.
yeah, AC 17 with the hit, no, with the 12, and then AC 29 or whatever with the crit.
Yeah, absolutely, both hits.
And because I'm feeling thusly inspired, I will actually smite it verily, spending a first level slot on
Awesome.
the second one. So, for the first attack, 2d8. Plus, no, that's 1d10
plus 5 for a whopping 11 points of damage.
All right. So as you like hack into the first wolf with your giant elongated silvered shovel, it just slices the wolf like directly between its jaws and like cuts its face open, and sends the wolf flying to the side, dripping like blood along like this thick viscous ichor blood along the way. And you can, if you want to step forward before you take that crit, you're welcome to do so and hit a different one because you totally
I most certainly will. I am a barbarian whirlwind of death, and I'll have no back talk from the likes of a wolf.
Awesome.
That's 2d8 extra radiant damage to him, plus the d10, or actually no, 2d10.
Yeah, 2d10 plus 2d8 plus your modifier.
Yep. So 3 plus 19. Let's see this. 2 plus 5 for 27 points of damage.
Awesome. So you like swing, and if you want to describe your kill, you totally kill the next one too.
As I swing past and actually skewer or slice off the jaws of the first wolf, I laugh heartily. I am turning the butter, and leap forward and literally plant my spade into the back of the next one and move it around the ground in a vast stirring motion, opening up its guts and innards and spraying them thusly.
Awesome. All right. So then that's So then that's their turn. So the ravenous wolves will attempt to attack our stalwart paladin in moss.
They have advantage.
Yes, they do. All right. So there's going to be 4 of them that are actually, or no, I'm sorry, 5 of them that are actually able to attack you. Oh, they have advantage. Good God. All right. So let's try that. This is so sad. All right. So what's your armor class currently? I apologize.
I think 17.
17 total. All right. So that's going to be a miss, a hit, a hit, a hit. So 3 hits and 2 misses. All right. Right. So as these 3 wolves, like huge wolves, just come up and they manage to like grab hold of you, they all start tugging at you from different directions. All total between them, you're going to take. So you're going to take 36 damage between the 3 of them, and I need you to make 3 strength saves.
Strength save. We like those. We do those well.
If it helps, I have faith in you. Theron doesn't, but I do.
Let's see. Alright. Oddly, paladins are not proficient in strength saves, but
Nope.
I have charisma!
Yep, there's that.
Alright. I've got a 12, a 23, and a 12.
Alright, so both of the 12s actually fail, and 2 of these wolves drag Spade to the ground and begin, like, sort of, wrenching him back and forth in their jaws. And then that is back to the top of initiative order. So, Braden.
All the best laid plans of mice and men. Well, it seems like this wall is going to be of very little use now. The wall of force will disappear. I think it's time these doggies took a nap. I'd like the, 5 of them remaining?
No, there's 6 remaining in total. 3 of which are completely uninjured.
Okay. They're going to get hit with Hypnotic Pattern.
Nice.
30-foot range. I'm
Yeah.
assuming, I mean, they're all within 30 feet of each other,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. At that point, you're going to be able to get all of them.
Yeah. So, wisdom saving throws, please.
Since animals' wisdom is so great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man. What's the DC?
17.
Alright, only one passed. One wolf is like, F that. I'm gonna
Well,
eat
but-
this paladin.
The rest of them are incapacitated, and their speed is 0.
Awesome.
That means automatic crits on all of them.
It actually doesn't mean that anymore in this edition.
It means an automatic crit if you hit them. And you
Yeah.
have advantage.
Yeah, okay, there you go.
But they snap out of it as soon as they take damage.
Gotcha. Alright,
So if
so
you're going to hit them, make it big.
go big or go home. Do you have any other actions for your round?
Yeah, the owl will fly in and harass the one that isn't incapacitated and then fly back to me. Advantage on the first attack against it.
Awesome. Alright, so go ahead and JJ, that's your go now.
All right. So just curious, can you do cantrips like as bonus actions, like because since I have meta magic for a sorcerer, and I do like a quicken spell, that's possible, right? Or no?
Yeah, I mean you can spend sorcery
Hang
points
on
to
a
do a quicken spell.
Okay.
No, they don't have it. Sorry, just to clarify, they're not unconscious. Incapacitated merely means that they
Yeah.
can't take actions or reactions.
Right.
And then that ends once they take damage.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
focus on killing the wolf that isn't affected.
Yeah, so they're not auto crits if you hit.
No, but they are completely out of the fight for a whole minute. So we can focus on killing them one by one.
There you
All
go.
right. So I guess I'll just once again Eldritch Blast the unaffected wolf,
Okay.
and that would be 24.
Okay, so first one's a hit.
Okay.
You get 3. So
Actually, I thought it was one big blast if I'm just targeting one. Is it?
No.
no,
so-
no, it's still 3 separate blasts, even if they all target the same thing.
All right. And then the next one will be 25.
All right, also a hit.
And then the next one will be 11.
That's okay. So that one's a miss. So 2 hits.
All right.
You do get advantage.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
you do get advantage against this one because of the owl. So you can roll a second die for that other one that was a miss.
Oh, nice. And okay, that's not too much better, but 13.
Yeah, no, 13's still a miss.
All right. Okay, and for the damage, it's gonna be 8 for the first hit and 7 for the second, so 15.
All right. So as those 2 Eldritch blasts smack into the creature, you can see you have killed it. If you would like to explain how you do so.
So yeah, I guess an Eldritch Blast comes from my hand, and then once upon hitting the body of the wolf, the wolf just blows up. Just,
Red mist. Awesome.
well,
All
I
right.
mean, well, probably like a Mortal Kombat explosion where like chunks are just like everywhere.
Gotcha.
There's no might.
Flawless victory. All right. So on that note, Theron, that's your go.
Alright, as this wolf explodes, you see that the chunks actually kind of just splatter across a person that really isn't there. He's standing next to another wolf, one that looks more damaged than some of the other ones. Is there a wolf that seems pretty damaged?
Oh yeah, there's several of these wolves that are like at the edge of life. There's about 3 of them that are about dead. There's only 2 that remain completely uninjured.
All right, and then you'll see his invisibility just drop. The shadows just drop from him, and then you'll see him grab one of the wolves by the scruff of the neck, and then hold its face to his, and then he's going to cast poison spray. So he will need to make a Constitution saving throw.
Awesome.
17. Oh, not too good.
He fails.
All right, so then he will be taking 14 damage.
All right. As you go ahead and describe your kill.
All right. You see, as the shadows drop, he grabs onto the wolf and shoves its face in front of his own, and Theron just opens his mouth, and you just see this black gas just escape from it, and then the wolf's face actually starts to disintegrate as this poisonous gas just starts to eat away at its flesh.
Oh.
Awesome. All right. So then that is Ethereal.
Looking up from the ground, he's like, "Remind me to never let anyone kiss you." I am currently still prone, correct?
Correct.
And how many of these wolf-like creatures are still skulking about?
There are 4 left in total. 2 remain uninjured. 1 is injured but not mortally so, and the other looks like it is at the edge of life.
And what about the ones that were flying and biting at me? Are they still on me, or have those been dispatched?
No. Well, I mean, basically the way they just like drag you to the ground and then they let go and they start trying to bite you after that. So no, they're not like holding on currently, but yes, there are still 2 directly around you.
Okay.
But just remember that they're sleeping.
Yeah, all of the wolves are currently sleeping though.
Well, yes, indeed. Well, they have done the unfortunate thing of you make Spade angry. Spade no like wolf. Spade no taste good. Spade make things that taste good. Spade make you taste good. And Barbarian Rage.
Awesome.
I'm gonna stand up. You bite at Spade. Spade bite back. And I'm going to, once again, reckless attack. Wolf number 1.
Okay.
All right. And I know I would already have advantage, but I'm just role-playing here. And if he is dazed, he's just going to take a ton of damage. So, oh no.
Ooh. Someone's biting the ground.
Yes, it's okay. It's this armor. I'm still not used to it. The highest of those is still only an AC 14.
Which, yeah. Oh, 14 would totally hit.
14 total hit 3?
Yeah.
And it does not count as a crit, correct?
No. Yeah, it's just a hit.
So it is only 1d10 plus 7 damage. Which is 16 points of damage.
Alright, would you like to describe that kill, sir?
Yes, indeed. Spade actually turns because he is actually thoroughly upset now and is not thinking about swinging in a cleaving motion. Turns the flat edge of the shovel and just literally, you hear this loud resounding ka-thunk, and the wolf's ears actually start to ooze its brain out of the side as he flattens it to the ground.
Awesome. Alright. So I assume, is that, you still have another attack, don't you?
Indeed,
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah, there you go.
See, I turned him into jam. It is your turn. And wolf number 2, still reckless attacking. A 19.
Definitely a hit.
All right, clear that away. You shall taste very good in the morning, and I shall turn you into blood sausage. Let's see here. That's a D10 plus... plus 7, so that's 10 points of damage.
Awesome. So definitely a palpable hit, but the... Oh, yeah, no, the creature, you do down that one as well. Sorry. So go ahead.
Victory is ours, I say, as you actually see this large halberd-looking thing, or that looks almost like a halberd, but just a really elongated shovel, come down on the head of this thing, and apparently he's come more to his senses, and even though he's still raging and mad and frothing at the mouth, and he's looking and licking his lips with malicious glee almost, as he's just thinking about how good this thing is going to taste in the morning, as he smashes this thing down right between this creature's shoulder blades, lops his head off, and just watches as this lolling tongue goes spinning through the air as its head goes flying towards the entrance of the what was once the invisible Forest of Wall igloo.
Awesome. Very nice. So then that's going to make it... oh, yeah, the last two wolves that actually remain. Oh, who can't do anything because they're incapacitated, so Brayden.
Nice.
Oh, damn! That's a critical hit on Firebolts, Mr. DM.
Oh, nice. There you go. Roll the beautiful damage.
Indeed and indubitably, roll that beautiful being footage. And describe to us how you smite verily with a hail of blows and kicks and knees and such.
Freeman, he speaks, not through the telepathic bond, but using that old creepy voice. It's time to wake up. Time to wake up and smell the ashes. The wolf erupts in a conflagration that lights up the night. As soon as the blaze dissipates, there's nothing left but a small, smoking pile of ashes, which is dispersed on the next unnatural wind.
How much damage did you deal?
40 damage.
Yeah, okay, cool. Awesome. Just wanted to double check. I was like, I hope he did enough damage to actually kill it. Alright, awesome. Yes, very nice. So then that'll bring us back to JJ. There's one uninjured wolf still sleeping remaining.
Alright. So, would it be like a strength test to try just to like walk over and just snap the neck of the wolf?
Yeah. I mean, that would basically be a strength-based unarmed attack.
Okay, never mind. My beak is not too muscular. Okay. Okay, so I guess it's time to end this, you guys. And you see the Eldritch blast just come from his hand, and that would be 26, 28, and a 9. So 2 hit, I guess, and then the damage will be 5 altogether.
5 damage altogether?
Yes.
Okay. Alright, so you strike the wolf with your Eldritch Blast, and it, like, whimpers a little bit and then wakes up and turns and looks at you and just lets out this, like, unearthly howl. And then that will be Theron.
Hey, Theron...
It was for the beast never to wake up, son.
Theron, hearing this howl behind him, will actually turn around and then hold up his hand as a black flame shoots out of it, and he is casting Firebolt. And that will be a 24 25 to hit. And I'm
25.
hoping that's a hit, right?
Yeah, yes, yeah, 25 totally hits.
Alright, and I didn't really see anything online. Like, I saw some people talking about it, but does sneak attack actually work with a spell attack? It says
No.
Nope, it requires a weapon attack.
Yeah, it requires a weapon attack with a finesse or
With
ranged
the finesse
weapon.
property, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Alright.
Because you can use it with like thrown
range.
non-finesse weapons, yeah. But that's
Yeah.
like the only exception.
Alright, then that in total will be a 22.
Okay, 22 damage. Awesome.
Yes.
So you light this wolf ablaze as it, yelps in pain again and, continues to growl, looking significantly injured, but not giving up its stance, as it appears to have like an unnatural sort of bloodlust in its eyes. Like, why this creature hasn't run away is beyond you at this point. And then that will be Ethereal.
I've got to remember to unmute myself. Seeing as how there is but one wolf left, and I'm thoroughly concerned about him going and finding more compatriots and allies, I will surely dash forward and unleash the wrath of Karmesh upon him. My eyes glazed over with just this preternatural bloodlust for wolf flesh.
Delicious.
And once again, reckless attacking on the first attack. Alright, that hits. Will roll that beautiful bean footage of max damage of 17. And just in case it's not dead, we're going to turn the butter, roll 2 more. So the 17 on the first attack. Oh, and a miss by the looks of it on the second one, because that is only an AC 13 on the best roll.
Yeah, go ahead and describe your kill. The first was enough damage to kill it.
Aha! Well, on the first one, he's going to run up and literally in a charging lance-like mode, literally run his spear right through the mouth, and you just see the wolf's entire body fan out, and he literally skewers the thing from front to back, and almost like is ready to already roast it on a spit. It actually goes through the entire creature and out the back end, and he just lifts it up, trying to shake it off, and then comes to his senses. It's like, oh, wolf meet anyone? Gotta get a fire started first.
Awesome. So once you clear away the wolves that were sort of laying siege to you, you actually see through the ever more sparse and decaying trees in the distance a large stone, what almost looks like either small keep or castle. That must be the lodge that was described to you by both the townsfolk and your gods.
So, now we're here.
Huh. I look up at this keep or this, and I go, a lodge? Yeah, no wonder they couldn't take it down. It's a castle.
Yeah, and like through the like wisps of fog as the wind begins to sort of like howl through the trees around you, you're able to see its low and somewhat fallen roof line, and with a collapsed parapet on the like closest side facing you. You can't really get a very good view of the particulars of the lower side of the building because of the fog, but you can tell that while it has obviously taken some damage, it would definitely require quite a feat to take the entirety of the thing down. But silhouetted through the fog and in the overcast sort of afternoon sky, you are able to see bits of what appear to be thorny brambles that grow up the sides of this castle, or of this, lodge all around.
So, guys, what do you say we just wait out here and let them pass us by?
I got a couple of suggestions on that front. Alright. First of all, I'll place an alarm at the door so that we'll know when they leave the place. More importantly, he waves his wand in the shape of an eye and materializes a small glowing eyeball, green, bright green, and he waves it around, conducting as if with a baton, and the eye follows. He then sends the eye through the front door. As he does so, he explains, with this handy little divination here, I'll be able to proceed unimpeded through the premises and map it in my mind.
And I'm going to say, can't they see it?
Absolutely not. Not if I don't want them to.
Very well.
And which spell is that?
Arcane Eye.
Okay. All right. So as you send it nearer to the building, because you guys are still about 200 feet off. Through the fog, you're able to see that sort of wandering around the outside of the premises appear to be these long dead and just completely desiccated looking knights, possibly members of the order that existed here long ago that have been entrenched into service by whatever foul beast currently controls the crown. And as you make your way through sort of the front entrance, you come into a courtyard where inside you see a giant sort of scaly mass of black and shadow that you can't quite discern, that seems to just be sort of like hulking in the center of this courtyard and appears to sort of seethe, almost as if breathing. You can see from there that there are four other exits, 4 doors that lead off of this main courtyard through whose gate you've just taken your arcane eye. There are 3 that lead to the north, and 1 that leads to the west.
So where exactly are we? We're like in front of this courtyard?
Yo, you guys are 200 feet out. This is what
Yeah.
Braden sees with his arcane eye spell.
Okay.
No, you probably don't want to go wander. Well, I mean, maybe you do want to go wander in there straight away, but he's sort of scoping out the area for you first.
Okay.
And you can all see this through telepathic bond.
Oh.
Yeah.
Alright, so in the courtyard we have 3 passages off to the north and 1 to the west.
Yeah, you have 3 3 sets of just like normal, like sort of singular doors, and then there's like a double like gated door that leads off to the left. The three singular doors are all spaced about 5 feet apart from each other and are at the western side of the north wall.
Hmm.
All right. Let's see what's west.
All right. My notes here. As you go through the door, you can see that this, what was once a grand greeting hall, with a beautiful fountain in the center. The fountain now seems to run with blood, and you see you see four fires, kind of moving about the room, sort of animated of their own volition. And as one sort of flutters past your arcane eye, you notice like a grinning skull within the flame that floats there.
Delightful.
I think he's the one that we need to kill.
Well, there are 4 of them. They would appear to be animated flaming skulls of some kind. I'm going to roll an Arcana check.
Yeah, go for it.
Sorry if I do so as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Anybody can roll Arcana or Religion.
All right. I got a 16. Or would you like us to put those in the chat?
No, you can just tell it to me. For those
I got
of you who don't.
28.
Yeah, no, those are definitely flame skulls. Definitely a type of animated undead. You can tell that there must be some sort of significance about this particular fountain. Otherwise, a vampire would probably not risk having flaming creatures so close to their lair. So he must definitely want to protect this, possibly even from other spawn that he's created from over drinking. Perhaps this is the way that he is able to sustain himself.
Are there any, like, runes or writing or other sort of distinctive markings on the fountain itself?
No. It appears that other than it, does the arcane eye allow you to see like magical auras or any of that, or is it just vision?
I think it's just vision.
And actually, while you look that up, why don't we take this minute to let's take like a little like 5-minute break, real quick, and then we'll continue the like sort of scouting out of the lodge when we come back because I want to grab some water and go use the restroom.
All right, sounds good.
Roger
Just normal visual information. Dark vision, though. Oh, that was a divination spell.
Ta-da! We actually have a viewer. I bet it's Chester.
Yep, that sounds about right.
Right. Everybody back?
I am.
I'm back.
Okay, cool. All right, so sorry, back to this fountain. You do notice there are no strange or magical ruins about the fountain, but you notice that this blood, the fountain in the center is in the shape of an angel that's sort of pouring out like a large water jug. But you notice that while there is blood running down this jug, it's actually all coming from the statue's eyes, as well as its wrists, is where the blood actually seems to be pouring out of this statue at a fairly alarming pace for how small the openings that said, liquid would have to be pouring through. But other than that, there are no particular ruins or markings about the fountain. The rest of the chamber you can see adorned with the heraldry of the Order of the Crown that once resided here. The tapestries have become tattered and mildewy with age. There is one exit leading from the north of this chamber.
Let us head north.
All right.
Yeah, hopefully we see that crown.
As the eye basically slips through the little portcullis gate of the door, you slip into the next room, which appears to have just been an audience chamber of some type for the lodge. You see decaying leather chairs strewn about the room in various states of decay or being broken, as well as a large fireplace that looks as though it has sat unused for nearly a millennia. And the walls, the bookshelves, the pages on the books on the bookshelves here have just begun to basically sort of rot and fall away. You notice that many books are missing, so possibly picked over by archaeologists or perhaps people who left the lodge at one point in time long ago in its history. There are exits from this room leading to the north and to the east.
We continue north.
All right. Continuing north actually leads you back outside to what appears to be a small, sort of almost like a contemplating garden. There's a broken fountain that sits at its center that long ago dried up. You can see the perimeter of the the outside smaller courtyard is lined with stone benches, and there appear to be five armored figures, just sort of aimlessly wandering the room, but with less of a shambling than those outside did, and their bodies appear to be less in a state of decay, almost as if they were just sort of frozen in the moment of death. You notice that there's a particular sort of fire that burns in their eyes. Not exactly like an actual fire, but a light, almost like an emotion burning in their eyes.
20 total on Arcana.
More than likely revenants, and they're obviously wearing the heraldry of the Order of the Crown. So these must have been these must have been members of the Order that are entombed below the facility, or were at one point, that fell during battle, and have since been risen for unknown nefarious purposes. Exiting this courtyard, there is one door to the north, and another to the east.
Go east.
Going north.
Shucks.
I think we should check out what they're guarding.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, we can fly around the area a little bit longer and see if there's, roll perception, I guess. We can all maybe roll perception.
Oh, I mean, it's your
Yeah.
spell. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, but like you can all see through it as well, so.
Well, I mean, I can't control where it goes. I mean, if you want to
Yeah,
go north, let's just go north.
Yeah, I know, but it'll like fly around the area, and
Okay, yeah, let's do it then.
Alright, did you say that they were guarding a door, though?
No, they appear to be sort of like guarding this
just
yard.
patrolling.
Yeah,
Yeah.
patrolling this yard.
I mean, I got like, yeah.
Would it be fine if I did a investigation to see if there's anything like a trap, like a door that is hidden?
Absolutely, go for it.
Alright, that is a 28.
Very nice. I got a 22.
All right. Basically, as the eye is sort of like scanning the perimeter, you come to the northern wall, where you see this sort of recessed statue built into the wall of an angel clad in armor, wearing a crown, and it sort of like carved into the side of the wall with a dagger. Says, "Upon the night of mirrors, when song becomes silence, the citadel of souls shall be destroyed." And you sort of, as the eye is passing over these words, you sort of get this image in your mind of this once great tower. And you feel like you're seeing this far off, somewhere amongst the plains, of this iron tower just amidst this huge, never-ending expanse of just snow and ice. And you actually see armies clashing outside on the field of battle, as this sort of meteor comes crashing down onto the top of this citadel, where you see where you see this black-clad armored figure with glowing blue eyes standing, and he wears this strange golden crown as part of his armor. And as this meteor crashes into the rooftop, you see that it is actually Ramuk, the Lord of all things, bearing a mighty great axe. And he meets this armored being in combat, and manages to, throughout the battle, slay him and claim the crown, and you just sort of like flash back into your right mind once more. And you definitely, like, after that, notice that there's definitely a seam around this statued recess, and there must be a secret door hidden beyond it.
Hmm. Well, I think I know where we need to go.
Yes, I saw it too. I believe we have to go through that door behind the mural.
All right, let's continue north for the moment.
All right. So as you enter the room to the north, it takes you back into the inner workings of this building, and it appears to be like a small, like, storeroom of some type. Doesn't really bear any particular significance that you can tell. It looks like from the crashed barrels and old burlap, mildewed sacks of grain, that this was once a room for food stores long ago. However, whatever the rats haven't gotten has become completely decayed at this point.
Does a 16 investigation unearth anything else?
The eye is able to, you're able to sort of discern that there's a portion of this the wall to the west of this room that has been walled up long ago.
Huh. So, guys,
It looks like it would lead to, if you were able to punch through or like take down the wall, it looks like it would lead to wherever the room behind that statue out in the courtyard would lead to.
all right, was the courtyard kind of open with a like, did it not have a ceiling?
Yeah, no, the part that you guys just came out of, where you saw that statue and the 5 revenants, and you had the little vision from reading the script, is roughly a like 35 by 60 foot, open courtyard.
All right. Okay.
Interesting. Okay. All right, we go back into the courtyard,
Okay.
south, and we explore the east exit.
Okay. So when you go through the east exit, it leads you into a corridor. To the left of which a door sort of like hangs broken in its archway, and you can see what was once the kitchen, as you can see the large like stone oven set into the wall, as well as a large iron stove in the center of the room, and sort of like work tables around the outer edge. The corridor also leads down about 30 feet to the south, and there is another door that lies closed at the end of it.
Okay, let's. I mean, it's pretty old, so there should be like a 1-inch gap somewhere on the door. Underneath it, maybe a.
Oh
large
yeah.
peephole.
Yeah. You're able to get through the door.
Cool. Well, what's behind this door?
All right.
Is it the car? Or is it
So as you go through the door, you notice you find yourself in a grand meeting hall, where obviously the feasts of this order of knights were once held. A long table of about 40 feet in length lies strewn and broken in the center of the chamber. And one very large golden chair that once sat at the end of the table has sort of been pushed up against a wall, and around the bottom of it you see, drips of blood and rags, as well as like empty goblets that sort of lay strewn about the ground there as well. And you can see intermixed on the ground around this, golden chair are sort of stains of both blood and wine. The room itself, though, appears to be empty, other than of the tattered decorations of an age long past.
Any other exits?
There is one other exit to the east, and then there's one to the east, one to the west, which is one of the eastern exits you passed earlier from inside, from the little like library study room. And then further, the one to the south would, you're assuming, lead back out to the entrance courtyard.
Okay, so there are exits east, west, and south.
Correct. And north, but that's the one you just came through.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And the exit west will lead back into the audience room with the decaying leather furniture.
Correct.
Okay, let's go east.
All right. As you head east, it opens up into a corridor of about 25 feet, and as you pass through the door at the other end, you see that this was obviously the Knights' barracks, where you see basically just rows of broken and decaying beds and mattresses. It looks like this would have housed about 10 knights at one point in time, as well as all their accoutrements. There's a tattered chest and a broken armoire, in between some of the beds, some in better states than others, but most seeming fairly empty. And about the room, wanders this strange bone-like creature that appears to have a long tail with a wicked tip upon the end of it, as a bearded, deathly-looking knight with a glaive stands sort of at attention at each of the beds, and this bone creature is just kind of like pacing up and down. They seem to be spouting things back and forth. What languages does your character know? What languages does everybody know? Do that real quick.
Okay.
Better question. Do any of you understand Infernal?
Yeah, I do, but
Okay.
Yeah, my character does too.
Okay.
we can't hear it. The eye only gives us visual information.
Okay, cool. So
Okay,
you
read
can
lips.
definitely tell that this like skeletal creature is like, appears to be, looks like barking orders at these like undead knights. That almost as if this is like some sort of macabre scene from when this place was actually a knight's lodge that's just continuing to play out forever into infinity almost.
I got 19 on Arcana. Does that tell me what this creature is?
It is definitely a bone devil.
Mm.
Hmm.
And the knights, are they? What are they?
The knights seem to be similar to the spirits of unrest that you found out in the courtyard. So revenants.
So they're like revenants.
Yeah.
How many of them are there?
6 of them and 1 of the bone devil.
Are there any other exits from this room?
There is another exit to. There's another exit back towards the west, and then there's also one to the south.
The one going west, that is separate to the one we just came from?
Correct.
So it runs parallel, perhaps, to where we've... Okay. I want to quickly check the west passage then to see if it is actually parallel or if it snakes off somewhere.
So as you go through the west passage, it looks like that this is probably the Knight Commander's quarters. It seems to be set up with both a bed and sleeping area much larger than those in the barracks room, as well as there appears to be like a small study area with a fireplace set up in sort of the southeast corner of this room as well. It appears that there is, however, you're assuming possibly behind one of the tattered tapestries from the other room, a door that leads from one of the tattered tapestries in the Grand Hall. There is a door that leads directly from these quarters to the west again.
Is that the Grand Hall with the blood fountain?
No, the Grand Hall is where you saw the long table that was smashed with the golden chair at the end of it, that had been pressed up against a wall and had almost looked like it had been served. It's been serving as like a throne for someone almost. And you do see the bodies of several dead guardsmen in this room, with the message like in blood on the ground, kill them with fire.
Fire, you
Helpful.
say?
Seems convenient to me.
Alright, we'll go back into the barracks and head south.
Alright, so back into the barracks and then south. 1, 2, 2. There it is. This room appears to have been the training yard for this particular lodge, with only a wall dividing it from the courtyard that you originally entered through. You see several dummy knights or straw dummies that have long since decayed away to little more than just moldy hay piles, but you can see the stands that they stood upon, as well as archery targets at the far side of this particular area.
Okay. Sorry, exits?
The only exits there are 2 exits to the north. The one that you just took, and one other. That's at the the entrance that you just came from is sort of at the northeastern side of this training yard, and there's another exit on the northwestern side of the training yard.
And do we have an idea of how long it is till nighttime comes?
You guys currently have probably only about 2 hours until nightfall. It is definitely sort of beginning to be dusk at this point.
All right.
That's okay. Alright, northwest then? The other north exit?
Alright. As you take the northwest exit, you can see that this room was once an armory, as weapons racks are strewn and sort of smashed about, toppled over. There are a few weapons that lay on the ground. However, it appears that most of them have been claimed, and from how well armed and armored the majority of the undead that you have seen here are, you're assuming that that's where the equipment has gone.
Right.
And there is one other exit to. You came in from the south. On the opposite side of the chamber, there is another exit to the south. You would assume that that is going to lead you back into the main entrance courtyard.
Okay. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. A 28 on investigation. Unearth anything extra in the armory?
You do see that there is like a sword in the armory that is sort of hidden away and wrapped in a corner. And it's got two like weapons racks that have actually been like placed in front of it, almost like barricades. And you can only see the very tip of the hilt sort of sticking out from underneath it, but it appears to have a sort of golden sheen to it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. So there's something sweet hidden in the armory. Okay. Okay, so if that goes back to the main courtyard, let's backtrack to the long table room.
Okay.
Let's go south from there.
South from there leads out to the main courtyard. So that was the middle of the three entrances in the main courtyard. The rightmost entrance, of the three doors that were in the northern wall of the main courtyard, the easternmost door went to the armory. The center door goes to a short hallway that leads into the grand hall, and then the westernmost door leads to the audience chamber.
Have we explored the entire place then?
The only place you saw the kitchen, but you didn't send the eye in there. That's the only place where the eye hasn't gone yet.
All right, let's have a look at the kitchen, and then we'll get started.
All right. As you send the eye actually into the kitchen, you see that there is another door to the east that is also sort of hanging open. It looks like back that direction is where the servants' quarters for this lodge would have been.
All right.
The door that you see opens up into a small storeroom. Beyond that is what you would assume would be the servants' quarters.
Oh, okay. So servants' quarters from the kitchen.
Right.
Let's have a look there then.
As you make your way into the storeroom, another door leads off to the east, which does indeed lead to servants' quarters. However, it has been cleared of the miscellaneous furniture that once lie here, which all has been sort of smashed into a pile of miscellaneous wood and chunks of furniture sort of in the corner. And it is lined with rows of caskets on each side of this room.
Oh, okay. Roughly how many? Or how many? I'll count them.
As you look, you can see 10 caskets in this room.
This room. All right.
There is another door that leads off of this room to the further to the east.
Let's go further east.
All right. As you go through the door, the furthest door to the east, in this room was probably also the Grand Butler's quarters. At one point in time, it appears that it still has the rugs and things on the floor, as well as you can see there's actually a large seating area and fireplace in this room. But you find 8 more caskets that line the eastern wall of this room.
Alright, let's search. I'm gonna send the eye around, and I've got a total 20 on investigation.
Alright. So, as the eye sort of looks about the room, you can see that there is a large sort of armoire still in good condition that sits at the southern end of this chamber and appears to be locked.
Is there no way for the eye to fit into the armoire?
No, not to actually get into the armoire itself. The only opening inside would be the keyhole, which is smaller than an inch.
Okay. Okay, we'll go back to the chamber with the 10 caskets, and we'll have a more thorough poke around there. 23 investigation.
23 on investigation. You find that one of the caskets, it looks as though the casket is sitting on top of like it's covering something.
Like a trap door. Can I get a better look at it?
You can definitely see sort of it's sitting like only one of the caskets is sitting on top of a rug, and you can see an unnatural sort of seam in like the way that this casket is laying on the rug compared to the shape of how the floor should be at that point.
Okay. Okay. Alright. So we didn't really see that many undead Hoosits wandering around the place, did we?
No, not that terribly many.
Nope, not that many, but it's also daylight.
Yeah, you also you saw quite the majority of them, or quite a few of them, were wandering about outside on your way in as well. You know that you saw 5 sort of shambling undead knights, just on your way through the front gates. So around the perimeter or further into the woods, there may be more. However, there could also be others lying in wait underground.
There they are.
Alright, guys, so I think the best plan here is for us to wait for them to leave, and then we go in. Agreed?
I'm not quite sure about that.
Me neither. You just want to let the undead go by us and kill everybody in the village? I mean, think of all the villagers. They're not armed for this.
And they're going to smile at this. Yes, but that's not my concern.
I feel as if we take out the leader, the revenants will be able to live freely. I don't know.
So,
I don't know.
how about we just all climb a tree, wait for them to go, and then we go in, kill the big baddie, get the crown, and make our gods happy. Because isn't making our gods happy the one thing we need to do above all else?
Well, that kind of would make my god happy, but making sure that the villagers and the people who actually, engage in agriculture and farming don't actually get overrun by these fell creatures. But yeah, that whole climbing a tree thing, and he just looks down with his an even more slack-jawed look than he normally gives. Like, really? Seriously? Really?
Don't worry, I'll help you.
I mean, thank you. I do appreciate the notion, but yeah, me and a tree. Okay, if I fall and break something, I'm blaming Zeratul. I'm blaming him. Me and him are gonna have it out. I'm not even gonna blame you. I'm gonna take it up with your god.
And you see Theron kind of lean closer to his crow again, and yes, yeah. All right. Zeratul is more than willing to take the blame. So, shall we get started? And
I have a more practical consideration. We're obviously dealing with vampires, and they're asleep right now. Wouldn't it be better to get the drop on them?
That was my initial intention, but everybody seems to want to wait until they leave, thinking that we're gonna have less of an issue.
I'm saying we should just go attack the main leader.
Yeah, but we got to get through the hordes that are in the actual courtyard first. Is there a way that anybody knows to get past them without having to necessarily raise the alarm?
just stay here. And Theron's going to kind of try to skulk around to, make a wide berth and see if there's any other groups that are kind of trailing around. So I guess I'll roll a stealth.
Okay.
And the arcane eye will go with him, so the rest of us can see what's going on.
Cool.
Oh, the arcane eye is still with us?
Yeah, you could just send the eye to scout. It lasts for like forever, right? For an hour. Yeah.
Up to an hour, yeah.
Concentration up to an hour. No range.
Alright, I'm going to say, just send the eye. I have an idea if this works.
Alright.
So if
Where
you
are we
could
going?
send the eye around there to see if there's any more groups protecting any other ways in or just patrolling.
Just scout the perimeter of the lodge?
Yes.
Alright, we'll do that.
Alright. As you sort of take the eye around the perimeter of the lodge, you definitely see under like some of the eaves there appear to be enormous like feral-looking bats that have sort of an undead and decayed look to them that are currently sleeping. You also see more knights patrolling around the outsides of this, keep as well. And you definitely on the like western side of this keep or this lodge, you see spots where there's definitely recently turned earth in fairly large quantities, as if something has either been buried recently or has, unburied itself recently, one of the two.
And
Does
there's no way for the...
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Can the eye see further whether it's just an empty hole or whether there might still be something under there?
I mean, you can't tell for sure, but there definitely could be. I mean, it almost looks like a mass grave with how much earth has been overturned here. And it looks like it's been turned fairly recently, like as recently as last night.
Okay. Alright. What I'm going to do is I'm going to sneak over there and perform a ritual which will stop anything buried there from getting up tonight. Alright?
Right. Does the keep look like it's might be climbable?
Does the
Like
witch looks like it's
flat?
climbable?
Like if I just walked up to it and then tried to climb up the side walls to kind of like get onto the roof.
Oh, of the lodge.
Yes.
The area with the collapsed tower looks like you could climb, like the collapsed parapet. You could probably climb up that. The rest of it is, I mean, you could climb if you had assistance, but it is a little sheer. And you would be holding on to basically the only thing to hold on to would be thorny brambles that would be sticking into your flesh.
Hmm.
In other places, pretty much.
All right.
If you're willing to wait your turn, I can send everybody flying over the walls with my handy little disc here.
Sounds good to me.
But first, I need to take care of that grave. I'm going to dismiss the eye. I'm going to turn invisible, and I'm going to fly over there and perform a ritual. It should only take me 10 minutes. Then I will return, and we can enter the keep. Hopefully without any surprise guests barging in later in the night.
Do you want to take Theron with you to make sure, keep an eye on you, make sure nothing happens while you're there?
What I plan to do is hover 50 feet above the air, while invisible. If anything catches me doing that, they'd catch Theron as well. I'll just fly back if there's any trouble.
Okay, and what ritual are you casting?
A spade starts digging a grave.
Gentle repose.
Okay, cool.
Theron is going to kind of like try to climb a tree
Does
and try to stealth.
I'm gonna like for flavor purposes I'm gonna let it happen, but does gentle repose normally work on like can you do it to huge numbers of people all at once, or do you have to target a specific corpse per casting?
I'm gonna look that up. I had a feeling that it was an area, but
That is an excellent question. That is what the player's handbook is for. Let's see. Gentle repose, gentle repose, gentle repose.
Damn
Too
it.
far down the spell list. There we
No,
go.
you're right.
You touch a corpse or other remains.
Yeah.
No, dude, it's totally cool. Like I think it makes sense. Like I'll allow it in this particular instance, but I just wanted to know the ruling on it for future.
Yeah.
No, that's cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
think
actually.
typically need something more like a sanctify area or
Mm.
whatever it is, consecrate. That's what
Yeah, consecrate.
Oh, well-
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you like, I could actually use a spell slot casting it at a higher level. Maybe. To give it like an area effect.
I mean, you're doing it as a ritual, so I mean, I'm not going to say that you have to sit there and spend 10 minutes on every corpse that's under there. Like, it's cool. Like, we'll call it good. I'm not too picky about it. Like, most of what was going on out of character. A lot of what's going on outside is just kind of for setting, dressing, and flavor. Like,
Yeah. Fair enough. Well, that'll happen then anyway.
okay.
Alright, while he's doing that, I got a 16 plus 8, 24 to climb a tree, and then a 10 plus 22 to hide in the tree.
Okay. Awesome.
So I'm hoping that seems to be working for me.
We shall see. What is? Look, the only patrols that are. I mean, I'm assuming. Are you staying further back into the woods, or are you doing it like at the edge of where the sort of woods end, and the at like the edge of the lodge?
I'm doing it wherever we were standing, probably like 15 feet towards the direction our other friend went out to go stop the undead Freeman.
Okay.
Yeah, so basically I'm staying there. So if people catch our other friends, I'm not going to be there, and if he needs help and he's flying by, I'll be there.
I just realized that, I just remembered that ritual casting doesn't take your concentration slot, so my eye can remain.
Oh, okay. Cool.
So you'll be able to see exactly what's going on. Does anything nasty happen in the 10 minutes that I'm there?
Let's see. Unlikely, but these things' perception is not the greatest. Nope. I was only going to give it to him if they got a 20. So,
Close.
so yeah, no. Close, yeah, but no.
Actually, so you know, you said that you were going to keep the eye. I think invisibility is a concentration.
Oh, you're right.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
I'll try and just roll stealth then. Got a 19 for stealth.
Yeah, no. None of them notice. Like, you managed to go over there, you cast your ritual, and you can feel the sort of spirits of the dead that lay under the ground significantly more than even the appearance of this like sort of mass grave would have originally given you. You feel them sort of become at ease, and feel less, less rattled and less needing to climb forth from their earthen tomb.
Cool. I will then send the eye back, and I'll communicate this to everyone. I'm going to send the eye back to the room with the caskets, so we'll know when they get up.
Sounds good to me.
All right. So the eye, sort of takes its like watch in the corner of the first room with the caskets, I'm assuming.
Yep.
Okay, cool. And what do you guys do from there?
I'm going to throw down rope to our other two compatriots to try to help them up. And then I'm going to give a little bit of extra help to Spade. So I'm going to take the help action.
Okay. So Spade, you get advantage on your climb or your athletics check.
To try and climb up a tree. The good news is that I'm actually proficient in athletics. I'm fairly strong. The bad news is I'm not quite in full plate, but I am packing a lot of steel. Let's see here. 2d20. Let's see. That gives me a whopping 19 on my athletics check.
All right. So they managed to like hoist you up into the tree, and the branches kind of like bow under the massive weight of your like armor and weapons, but you managed to find a fairly stable spot, and you guys are just waiting for nightfall at this point?
Yes. Alright, and we're about 15 feet away from, I think if we were standing on a trail, we'd be about 15 feet away from it. Is there any way I could try to help the other two stealth if the people start to come?
Yeah. You can use your help to stealth. So as you guys are waiting up in this tree for night to finish falling, the darkness kind of sweeps over, and you see the fog begin to thicken as the night falls and the moon is full. And it gives this sort of eerie glow to just the whole area as you feel the wind pick up and just it kind of bites at your skin. And you notice that these like desiccated knights that were guarding the front have like begun to like sort of stop, and they now like just kind of stand at attention as you hear the sound of this huge like sort of booming voice. Does anybody here speak Draconic?
Yeah.
Yeah, my character does.
Okay. Those of you who speak Draconic, hear, I don't know what happened. I was sleeping. Do not dictate orders to me, or I will cease to give you my aid. And you hear that voice definitely in Draconic, and you suddenly kind of have a better idea of what that scaly, hulking, shadowy mass in the courtyard could have been. And shortly after, you see this this figure clad in like actually very well polished knight's armor, wearing the tabard of the Order of the Crown, with this sickly sort of deathly gray skin, wearing this golden crown, comes walking out of the front gates, and behind him marches several more armor-clad, deathly-looking figures. Obviously, the revenants that you saw from the guard room before, and about that same time, you see the casket starting to open with the arcane eye in the recesses of the lodge. And this figure just sort of like marches over to the western side of this ground, and he begins to sort of like inspect the dirt where you've consecrated the ground, and he you hear him muttering things to these other like desiccated knights that were there like guarding the outside. And around that same time, you see the large bats beginning to sort of stir and wake up and begin to make hungry sort of screeching sounds. And he like snaps his fingers, and a moment later, like a pack of wolves comes up from deeper in the woods and sort of begins scanning like the area, sniffing around. And that's all going on like over to the west of the lodge.
All right.
However, other than the four like desiccated knights that are at like two on each side of the main gate, there doesn't appear to be anyone currently at the main gate.
So I think we're going to kind of just wait a little bit longer till they actually leave.
Hey guys,
Okay.
we should wait until they all come by. The whole army is gonna come, and that dude with the crown, he's gonna be going towards the town. We don't want to fight them all at once without the help of the villagers. We should have gone in during the day. Darn it for not being smarter.
I didn't want to fight all of those with the help of the villagers. I didn't want to fight them at all.
Well, he's wearing the crown. What are we supposed to do now? He's just gonna give it to him give it to us if we ask him nicely. Well, maybe, but you have to ask. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, there's no way he's going to be giving up that crown without a fight. So we kind of just dig our graves a little deeper for us.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a plan.
Let's hear it then, Brayden. What's the plan?
Alright, so we've seen this being, right?
Yeah.
Oh god. 27 on whatever knowledge check you'd like. What is it?
Oh yeah, no, he's definitely the vampire lord of this keep.
Right.
Well, maybe I can just go steal it from him.
No, I was
And-
actually thinking of asking him nicely.
And about that time, you see that out of the casket start to climb more deathly looking armored knights. These obviously vampires, though.
Armored, clad vampires. My goodness.
Quick question: was the individual with the crown, was he the one speaking in Draconic, or was that?
No, that was not him speaking in Draconic. You can hear him talking. His
That was
voice
just a dragon itself.
His voice has an oddly pleasing tone to it. Actually, somewhat alluring. From you can hear him speaking. Even when he's angry, it almost sounds like he's trying to coo you, or not coo you specifically, coo the person that he's talking to. No, that voice definitely came from within the confines of the courtyard, and is
Alright,
definitely
so-
not him.
Where is Mr. Vampire Lord exactly?
He's currently over, from the tree you guys are in, you can see him over, he's basically, you see him, doling out orders to these wolves that have all come up and just sort of, sat at attention in front of him, as he's sort of sending them out to scout the surrounding forest. And he calls, a few of his knights over, and, you see him literally take one of them, and he just rips this decaying heart out of it, and you see him take a dagger off of its belt as the dead body falls, and he begins to sort of carve into it, and you hear him speaking these words, as he's performing some sort of strange arcane ritual.
No. It's time to attack.
Wait,
Quick question: how long was it before night fell from when we got here?
From the time you guys fought the wolves until nightfall, it was about 2 hours total. It's been
Seems
about
little time for a short rest.
Yeah, yes, short rest, correct.
Alright. So this is the plan. We just need to wear the vampire down. We need to hit him with everything that we have. And then, when he is vulnerable, I've seen it.
Wait, so-
Seen it. He will be my puppet.
Wait, so what was the properties of that crown again?
It's the
It's like a reality-altering crown.
I think he controls
Yeah.
life and death.
yeah, it's supposed to be able to control both life and death. It's just known as the Vital Crown.
No, that's stupid.
Yeah, with a
Wait.
crown like that, there's no way we're gonna smooth talk him out of it.
We
We
won't have any choice in the matter.
And how do we weaken him? By sunlight? Until we wait till morning?
I was thinking fireballs. Lots of them.
No. We wait.
How long are we going to wait here? We're gonna sit
Yeah,
on the-
we've been waiting forever. I have fireballs. I am Thork and Warlock of Fire. I've been waiting for some action.
Just
We
listen.
have waited too long.
Just listen.
We wait till morning then.
We're not going to wait till morning. We wait until we see something happen. We wait until we see our opportunity. You think he's going to march into the village? No. He'll either stay here, or, at the very least, stay towards the back, where we can get him alone.
Alone, the man has a crown of life and death. I think he can summon more undead things. His mass might be numerous, in the hundreds and thousands. Remember, the hordes get bigger every night, so it's not like they're getting smaller, or they say the same.
Yes, but we want him away from the horde. A good general sends his armies out without him. He doesn't put everything on the line. He'll wait until...
So yeah, that said, you said that the general doesn't put everything on the line, so there should still be forces with him in the back. His strongest forces, per se.
Not everything, though.
Still his strongest people.
You see him continue to like cast this ritual as also in the arcane eye you can see these like vampire knights are starting to like march out towards, you know, outside of the room, like out through the kitchen and stuff. You're assuming heading your way, you're not really sure. But as you see him continue to like sort of cast this ritual over the next few minutes, it finally like ends with him cutting the heart in half, and he takes one half of it in each of his hands and like squeezes it as this like misty black, like almost smoke but almost looks like ink flowing through water sort of drips out of each side of this heart, and just seeps into the ground. And a moment later, you see a skeletal hand begin to like reach its way out of the ground and start to kind of like pull itself up through the dirt.
My goodness. So what do you say, Spade and Freeman? What should we do?
I don't want to let them attack the villagers, but their numbers are so huge. The only thing that I can actually think of now is that everybody dogpile on the guy with the crown and hope that if we destroy him, his legions will scatter, but that's not a very good plan. Even I know that. That's not a very good plan. We should have gone in during the day. Why didn't I go in during the day? I should have just kicked the door down. In the past.
If you can engage the forces on the ground, I'll provide their support, I think they call it.
Well, I hope they don't have anybody with arrows or anything like that, because I can't help you if you're up there. The good news is, if I'm down there and around the guys, that they won't be coming for you. I can hold the line so long as I'm still standing, but
I wouldn't worry about ranged interference.
As he sees the like, you know, the undead starting to rise from this mass grave, he just kind of gets a smirk, and he tosses the two halves of the hearts down on the ground, and just leaves the dead revenant there, and begins to sort of like walk back towards the entrance to the keep. When he gets even with the tree that you guys are in, he just sort of stops for a moment, and you see a smirk kind of like glint across his face, and he continues to walk back towards the entrance to the keep.
Yeah, Dick lets out a sigh of relief. Whew, goodness.
What I think needs to happen is we need to get into the lodge, disable the fountain, see what's behind the angel statue, and then make our move.
Well, then we should make our way towards the back and see if we can't avoid all this miscellaneous stuff going on. But I don't know where that big booming voice came from, or what it came from, but I don't want to go messing with that. The thing was loud.
Nor do I.
The big booming voice is a dragon. He seemed pretty displeased with the one with the crown. So maybe we could smooth talk the dragon to join in our forces, but I have no idea how that would work.
Or we just avoid it. How
Very
about
difficult to avoid the dragon.
And about that time, like as you guys are sitting there discussing, you all of a sudden see this huge shadowy dragon sort of leap forth from out of the courtyard, with carrying an armored figure on his back, and begins to kind of patrol the top of this lodge, like working its way around the walls and precipices.
damn it? He knows. Let's get
Do I see
down.
the crown on the figure?
What?
The crown, is it on the figure that's on his back?
It is.
No.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna roll a stealth check with disadvantage because I'm getting out of this tree.
Would you like us to make a roll to get down without
To get down out of the tree? Yeah, sure.
acrobatics?
If you're just gonna jump down, acrobatics, athletics. If you're gonna climb down.
I will
That's how
float.
loud I am when I go down. And I have to take the
Got a 12 going down. Athletics.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you're able to climb out of the tree. It's not like an extremely large or like an extremely high tree. And there are lots of very well exposed branches that you can see and climb down on.
Alright, I got a 25 to kind of just jump down and do a roll.
Alright, awesome. Yeah, you leap out of the tree, and you muffle the sound of your fall to the ground.
And then right behind you, ka-thunk.
Damn it.
All right. When you hear the kathunk, all of a sudden you see like the dragon was like facing the other direction, and you just see its tail kind of like perk up as it like whirls around, and starts like scanning the tree line where you guys currently are.
Alright, Theron is going to hide with a 15.
Okay.
Just going to leave the paladin there to fend for himself.
Every man for himself.
And party breakdown. Like, all right. All right. So go ahead, and anybody else who wants to roll stealth, go ahead and give it to me.
22 total.
Let's see. 18.
8.
Oh,
All right. The 18 and the 20, you guys are stealthed. Theron and Spade, this dragon like looks down at you and gets like this wicked grin on its face. Ah, these are the ones you spoke of. And it just leaps down off of this wall.
Oh no.
And I need everybody to roll initiative.
Type in the chat.
Yes, please.
Alright,
And
so
the paladin goes on a 1 again.
Oh my god. That's so sad.
Oh no.
It's so sad. It's so sad.
oh god, so many dice coming from Josh.
Can we tell what kind of dragon it is?
Sure. Give me an Arcana check, and we'll call this reflexive. So it's not going to use an action or anything.
Arcana. I got 11.
21.
It is definitely a shadow dragon.
Oh, dang.
With my massive non-arcane knowledge, it's a Tyrannosaurus Rex!
Awesome. All right. So we've got initiative in chat. Yes. All right. So first up is going to be Braden.
Shadow Dragon, huh? How
Yep.
old is it, do you think?
Young. It looks like it's. I'm sorry, not young. Ancient.
Oh.
Oh,
From its size, that's what you would guess, at least.
Right.
Oh, God.
Well, I, for one, welcome our new Draconic Overlords. I'm going to whisper in the dragon's ear. Actually, how far away is it?
From you guys currently, because you guys were kind of like back into the forest some, it's about, I would say, 150 feet away from you guys, because it's like right at the edge of the tree line.
Sorry.
Ranges on these things. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And then the range on the other one. Sorry, just one sec. Okay.
Should have waited longer.
You're like, I didn't plan to have to do this. I didn't plan for you guys to fight it like this either, but it was the only
I
like.
was going to charge it during the day, but Spade is stupid. I have to roleplay that. I'm going to listen to the smart guys.
I like it.
Alright. I will cast Mirror Image first.
Nice.
He's playing 3-card Monty with the dragon.
Yeah, right. Which one is it?
All of you.
Damn.
Alright, yeah, so Mirror Image, 3 illusory duplicates of me pop into existence.
Nice.
Man.
All right. That's your whole round, right?
Yeah, more or less. I'm going to sort of wheel around to make sure that I'm not at the front of this party, because I'm still hidden.
You're pretty sure that this dragon hasn't even noticed you yet.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to make
Yeah.
sure that I don't run out into the open or anything stupid.
Right.
Somebody had to put me in splint armor. Somebody had to make me heavy.
Hey, that was just the magical item. I didn't say you had to pick it. Or that if you did, you had to wear it. Alright.
And
Alright, so then in initiative order, that makes it its turn. As it begins to just, like, crash down these trees around you guys with swings of its mighty tail, as it clears a swath and basically brings itself 50 feet closer to you guys, like just wiping out all of the trees in its path, pretty much. You hear the vampire from his back. So come to claim my crown, have you? Do you foolishly believe that the gods speak only to you? And then that will be Theron.
one moment, let me just check the range of this. Alright, Theron is going to kind of hold his hand out towards the vampire, and in his mind, he's trying to just dominate him, so a wisdom saving throw. And if he is fighting, us right now, he has advantage.
Okay. Well, let's see what happens. What's your spell save?
17.
All right. He does succeed.
Damn.
And then Theron's going to kind of get up and start to run behind the bigger, well, I don't know if he's bigger, but more armored fellow.
Gotcha. All right. So then that's gonna.
I almost wish that weren't awful stupid.
So JJ, that's your good. Yeah, I know. Like your character legit is like lawful stupid. That's hilarious.
Oh man. Okay. So I guess in response to what the guy said, I'll be like, if you can hear the words of the gods too, why don't you send the crown to the astral plane? Why are you so greedy to have it for your own sake? And then from there, I will. How's the lighting? Is it like dark?
Yeah, no, it is. It's nighttime. So I mean, the full moon is out, which is providing dim illumination. But yes, it is dimly illuminated currently.
Okay, so, and is the dragon like charging towards us, or?
Yeah, the dragon basically just like took its turn to like kind of meticulously use its like tail and its massive claws to just like rip trees out of the ground effectively to move itself closer to you because it can't actually get directly at you where you are in the trees.
Okay. Then I will, I guess, move to its right. I guess into there's like trees all to my right, I'm assuming.
Correct.
So I guess I'll run into the trees where I can still get a line of sight with the dragon. And then I'll use my one with the shadows ability to turn invisible.
Okay.
And then I would like to cast Witch Bolt as a bonus spell while spending a sorcery spell and attack the
Okay. So you're casting Witch Bolt quickened, basically. Quickened Witch Bolt.
Yeah, quicken Witch Bolt.
Okay. Awesome. Targeting the vampire or the dragon?
I'll go vampire.
Awesome. And what saving throws do you need to make for that? Or no, yeah, that's an attack roll, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, that's an attack roll.
Okay.
So hopefully. 16.
That is a miss.
Okay.
Oh, man.
You can spend your inspiration.
Yeah, sure. I'll do an inspiration. Hopefully I can connect. Let's go, inspiration. Oh! Nope, it's 12.
Oh, sad. All right. So.
Okay, just to make sure you are adding your charisma and proficiency, right?
Yeah, I got a 4, and then my
Oh,
charisma
let's go.
proficiency 12.
I was hoping.
All right, and then last but certainly not least, Spade.
Spade will actually throw his clave over his shoulder, and not completely off guard, but definitely in a talkative mood, take a few steps forward, definitely not brandishing his weapon, but it's certainly in his hand.
Okay.
And he'll look up at the great beast that's in front of him and say, surely you wouldn't want to be ridden, such a great and magnificent Tyrannosaurus Rex as you are, by some crazed vampiric creature who wants to give you commands. I say to thee, get him off of your back, let the gods do their work, and you can be free of that parasite that is actually leeching your very blood and leeching your very life from you. Come now. You don't have to deal with this insolent asshole who thinks himself a king. We can get rid of him for you. What say you?
Roll persuasion. Roll persuasion and give yourself advantage.
Let's see.
Well, I thought it was going to be disadvantage since you called it a T-Rex.
No, well, yeah, but dragons are also ultra arrogant, and just because he got he thinks mortals are stupid, so he doesn't care that he
Yeah.
got the name wrong. That's given, but he also recognizes his awesome might, obviously. So
Yeah.
I feel like he's playing to an evil dragon's ego.
I'm very charismatic. I'm not smart, but I'm persuasive. Let's see. All right, let's roll this beautiful being footage. Nat 20, baby!
Woo, yeah.
Oh yeah, dude, awesome, so great. All right, so that's we'll see what happens with that on his action. Braden, that's your go.
Oh.
Don't piss it off.
Fireball. No, no, I am very interested to see what happens here. I am going to hang back until the dragon acts.
Oh, man.
Okay, you're holding your action.
Yeah.
All right, you can see him try to spur the dragon forward, and the dragon starts to rip out one of the trees, and does so with its tail, and then just this vampire off of its back, propelling it into the forest towards you guys, as the dragon then turns and begins just laying into all of these revenants and other undead that were amassing behind them. Yeah, you totally secured the dragon's hell. We'll see what happens after you get the crown, because he might be a little pissed if he doesn't get it, but for right now he's totally helping you. That was awesome. That was the best use of persuasion I've ever seen. Just in 5th edition so far ever. I had to let it go. I had to let it happen. All right.
I'll tell you about what my group did with a persuasion check and a dragon at level 1 later.
Oh dear. All right. So that is going to be the vampire's turn, though, who basically has to spend the rest of his action to stand up from prone and pick up his greatsword, standing between you all now. So he's about 30 feet away from you guys currently. And somewhat surrounded, and then that will be, well, I guess, are you holding your initiative till now? Yeah, okay, so go for it.
Oh, right, so he's on the ground now?
Yes.
Wall of force in a dome around him.
Okay. Is there a save?
Nope.
Nope, it just makes a wall of force around. Awesome.
And I am going to wear him down until he will beg for the sweet release of the void.
Right. Is that your turn?
Yes.
All right. So then, yeah, Theron.
How's the wall of force? Are you forcing everything out away from us, so we're just secluded with him, or?
No, he is trapped basically within a bubble.
So the plan is to just have him chill in there?
Oh, more or less, but this won't take long. I suggest suggesting him. Brute force dominate him until he fails against your magic. One of us will get through eventually.
Alright, I will hold my action.
Okay. So, my turn? I'm guessing?
Mm-hmm.
So I asked Braden, so what you want? You want us to wear him down physically first?
Well, you can't. You can't do anything to him physically.
Well, I'll throw some magic at him, I guess, then.
It doesn't pass through. Nothing can physically pass through the wall, so any damaging magical effects wouldn't be able to. Like, only like mind affecting magic, that kind of stuff would actually be able to pass through the wall.
Okay. Let's see. All right, so I will. I guess just sit this one out. I guess.
Okay. So then that's you, Ethereal.
Once again, Spade will stride confidently forward, his clave over his shoulder once again, towards the bubble. Not knowing whether or not the vampire can actually hear him, he will bellow towards the vampire. You there! Now that you've lost your friends and allies, why don't you gladly give over the crown and we won't have to introduce you into the sweet embrace of true death. I'd like to resolve this peacefully, but if you leave me no other option, I will smite thee verily.
I look forward to your smiting. You can't keep me inside of this bubble forever, and as long as I'm here, I have what you want. You'll let me out sooner rather than later. And at that point, he is... Ethereal, I need you to make a wisdom save.
I can do that. Does it qualify as magic?
It does.
Uh-huh. Okay. It's not damaging magic. Or let me know if it is damaging magic.
No, it's not.
Alright. That is not too terribly good. That is a modified 11.
Okay. As a matter of fact, why don't you show him why he should put down the wall? And with that, Ethereal, I need you to move and make your attacks against Braden.
I will actually turn to Ethereal and say, I'm afraid I can't allow this interruption. In fact, you rolled a 16 on your saving throw. There goes one of my portents.
A 16 total, or a 16 on the die?
On his dice.
Oh, nice. Very nice. So what's your bonus with the 16? That's a what?
24.
Okay, yeah, no, you totally, like, you turned, like, you started to turn, like you were gonna attack him, and then it just wore off. So that's...
Nice reaction move, my friend. You saved yourself.
Right? That's his action. So that will make it then,
Mine.
yeah, Braden, that's your go.
Okay. Let's see. What can I do to him? Ah, yes. Oh, but it's not concentration. Concentration. Ah, that isn't. Corrupt. Giaz.
What's up?
Giaz. Make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Okay.
In fact, I have seen this. It is foretold.
So that's gonna be a 12. I'll go ahead and use his legendary resistance, though. He passes.
You will not last long against my assault. None ever do.
Oh wait, what spell were you trying to do?
Giaz.
Oh, GS. Okay.
All right, so then that makes it Theron.
All right. So what is the rest of the hordes doing right now?
The rest of the hordes are like busy fighting this shadow dragon, and now you see that it spawned like numerous like shadowy apparition creatures that are also attacking the like hordes of undead. They all appear to be fairly preoccupied with that.
So right now it's just Vampire Man and Globe versus us.
Pretty much.
All right, then I'm going to say, why don't you just let him out? Let us handle this.
Yes, he should let me out. You should convince him. I need you to make a wisdom save.
Oh, it would be
Aaron.
wisdom.
Counter spell.
What?
Counter spell. I'm afraid I cannot let you do that.
Can you counterspell if it's not actually a spell and it's just a magical power? Can you counterspell it?
Maybe not. But I guess it's up to you.
I'm not sure.
I guess it depends. If the spell says magic, then we'll call it good. If the spell specifically says spell, then
It works
Here,
on
would
spell
you mind if
levels.
I looked at the thing that the vampire gets?
yeah. Yeah, the Vampire's Charm, it's not actually a spell, so I don't think you can counterspell it.
Mm.
Because it doesn't have a spell level or anything like that.
Okay.
If you were a bard, though.
Yeah.
All right, but
Then.
okay, I guess I'll roll wisdom. Oh, that is a 19, and oh, I have no negatives. Okay, so I got a 19 in total.
Awesome. You're totally fine.
I totally thought I was about to have to fight the party. Yeah, wisdom is not my forte.
So I guess that makes it JJ. Or that was it for your round.
I'm going to kind of just hold my action.
Okay.
Have suggestions, anything you could ask on him?
But I am going to recommend that we definitely let the vampire out so we can kill it.
Can anything pass through the wall of force? Like anything physical? No.
No, nothing physical can pass through the wall of force.
How about magical?
No.
Yeah, like magical effects can, but if it's like a magically generated fireball, no.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
All right, so yeah, that brings it to you, JJ.
Man, I have no idea what we're gonna do to get the crown off his head.
You could let him out and let me take it off of his head.
It's not my spell. Okay. Yeah. I guess I'll just stay still in the wood lines again.
Okay.
Just.
All right.
Ready in action. Wait for when the bubble comes down or when something changes.
Yeah, I don't want to get charmed by the guy.
I got you. All right, so then that makes it his turn. He looks into your eyes, Spade. He goes, "You really should convince him otherwise." And I need you to make a wisdom save again. This is the only recourse you've left me with, so I apologize. Like I have no choice but to party turn, you guys.
Let's see. I will actually take this opportunity to use my inspiration.
Awesome.
I don't like that 4. I don't like that 4 at all. And I don't have advantage on wisdom saves, unfortunately. Ha!
Oh god.
Fired to attack the warlock verily.
Yes.
On your turn.
He has you. Yeah. On your turn, you'll have to attack Braden's character. All right. So then that makes Braden your turn. You see Spade turn with a wicked
have
look
a
in his eyes.
talent for wasting my time. Remove curse.
Awesome.
Paladin yo-yo.
Yeah, right, dude. Attack him! No, don't! Attack him! No, don't! Attack him!
Make up your mind!
It's like, join the dark side, come to the good side. Dark side, good side.
Hilarious. All right. So then that's Theron. Your go.
I'm going
As you can see, there is nothing that he can do to harm us. I will destroy his mind eventually.
I'm going to hold my action yet again,
Mm-hmm.
but still going to say, hey, we need to kind of, take care of this.
All right. So then that's JJ.
Let's see. How big is the bubble?
10-foot radius.
Yeah, 10 foot around. 10 foot around.
Okay, so if I were to summon a wall of fire around the bubble, because within the ring of fire, like 10 feet, if you're like 10 feet on like the
Summon
inside of the
it
ring.
within the bubble.
Yeah, that wouldn't
You
work.
can't summon it inside because nothing physical can pass through.
Okay. Well, I was gonna summon on the outside of it, because on the inside of the ring, like anything that's 10 feet within the ring, like gets damaged. But I guess
It would be protected by the force.
yeah, the bubble. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
But it
Let's,
is an excellent cooking idea.
Yeah. Right.
yeah.
I have hold person, suggestion, Tasha's hideous laughter.
Oh God, Tasha's hideous laughter.
I do have
Banishment.
suggestion, but then what would I suggest? Like for him to throw?
Whatever you'd like. Give up the crown. Why not that?
And then he'll just pick up the crown, wouldn't he?
Oh, just so you know, Theron's kind of just like standing at the edge of the bubble now.
Okay.
All right. So, wait. So how do we, I guess, send the relic to the astral plane?
Basically, all anybody has to do is touch it, and then your god can summon it to the Colosseum of Souls, like through you as a conduit, basically.
Okay. Yeah. I guess I'll just pass my turn once more.
You could suggest that, give up the crown and leave peacefully.
But how would he get out of the bubble?
It just turns around and starts walking into it.
Just put the crown on the ground and leave, and I will release him.
And then that's you, Spade, at that point. Spade?
It's Spade's turn?
Yeah.
Excellent. My apologies. I stepped away for a quick second. Had to
Oh,
get
dude, it's
that
cool.
Water I've been drinking. All right. Well, this problem is not going to solve itself. I'm going to spend my action actually casting Daylight on my my halberd.
Okay.
So in a 60-foot radius, this whole place springs with life and light, and is almost beautiful, except for the fact that there's undead and shadow dragons and other beasties. Oh my!
And when you do so, the vampire like definitely recoils, and you see his like flesh start to sear somewhat.
Burn, baby, burn. Disco Inferno, burn. All right. And then with my bonus action, I'm going to actually cast Misty Step. Actually, I can't cast 2 spells in one round, can I?
Misty Step is a bonus action.
Yeah, Misty Step can specifically be cast as a bonus action. Basically the way it works is you can't like if you cast a quicken spell specifically, the only other spell you can cast is a cantrip.
A cantrip.
Right.
Okay.
So since Misty Step is specifically a bonus action.
Okay. Well, I cast Daylight on my glaive, and then Misty Step into the bubble, if it allows me through. Spade knows nothing about this, but if I can get through, I will be... We're going to turn him into a disco bubble.
It's technically a teleport, so I don't see why it wouldn't.
Yeah?
Yeah, it only blocks ethereal travel, like from the etherealness spell. Teleportation should still work.
Yeah.
Well, the good news is I can't attack party members. The bad news is I'm in here with a vampire. The good news is I got
Yeah.
Daylight on my
You do
weapon.
have daylight. That is true.
Ah, it sounds like
And,
disadvantage on saving throws.
Actually, the only other thing that I can do is move.
Only attack rolls.
So, yeah, that pretty much ends my turn.
All right. So he recoils. You definitely see his like skin start to singe from the light on your glaive, and he drops his sword at that point and just begins to sort of like swing wildly at you with his fists. Takes 2 attacks. First one is what's your armor class? A 17?
Yep.
First one is a miss.
Tell me he's got disadvantage. That's why you're
Yeah,
rolling
yeah.
the dice.
Yeah. And the second one is also a miss. All right. So then that makes it. Brayden, you go.
My action now.
Oh, okay.
I would like to Misty Step in there and try to steal the crown off of him.
Okay. So you Misty Step in. Give me opposed athletic strength because you're trying to like wrestle it away from him. Basically, he will have disadvantage.
Okay. I'm going to use my inspiration. Oh, God. Oh, here comes this inspiration. I don't know if this helps, but I got a 20.
He got a 21.
Oh.
Even with disadvantage, I know you're at 14, but
Yep.
he's night type.
At which point he tries to strike you when you try to steal the crown. He misses.
Okay.
I'm making you work at disadvantage.
Yep.
Yay, team.
All right.
And then that will make it. Yeah, Brayden. So now it's actually Brayden's turn. And Brayden, at the beginning of your turn, he tries to strike Theron again.
Oh, good.
Oh wait, I need to roll another one.
Oh wait, can I use my
Oh.
sentinel feat since he's trying to attack someone other than me?
Yes, you can. For both of the for only one because you only
Yeah,
get
I'll
one
only
reaction.
Yeah, so only one reaction. I'll take it this time. I forgot about it for a second. There's a die. There it is. Let's see. That's AC 22.
ACT, yeah, you hit.
And this is Silver Dan Magical, if that matters at all.
Cool.
And that'll be 1d10 plus 5 damage, so
Awesome.
9 points of magical damage. Magical slashing damage.
Awesome. Very nice. And then he does hit your character, Spencer. So from his fist, you take 5 damage.
Oop.
But he also grabs a hold of your shirt and begins to try to pull you closer to him.
Come to me, my pretty, come.
So then that's gonna be. Yeah, Braden. Now you can go ahead and finish out your turn.
Alright. Really, that crown looks so uncomfortable on your head. Polymorph into a frog. He needs to make a wisdom saving throw.
Alright. He fails, but he will use legendary resistance.
It's only a matter of time.
Alright. So then that is JJ.
Okay. So I will use the spell Suggestion.
Okay.
And I got a DC of 17.
Alright. And what are you suggesting that he do? And doesn't he get advantage because he's in the middle of combat currently?
No.
No?
Nope.
Yeah. No.
Charm person, not suggested.
Okay, cool.
Okay, and then so I would suggest that he. I suggest that he toss the crown to the ground and fall prone.
He fails, but he will use his last use of legendary resistance to pass the save.
Slowly but surely you will fall.
Confident are you feeling now?
Alright.
We'll enjoy your time in my service if there's nothing to fear.
And then that is Ethereal, your go. Oh, and at the beginning of your turn, he's going to attempt to strike you as well. Oh, with disadvantage, right?
Yes.
Oh, but still hits. Alright, so that's going to be a 7 damage, and you're grappled unless you make an 18 athletics check.
I will definitely try and make my 18 athletics check.
Oh, did you want me to make that as well?
Well, on your turn, you can try to escape from his grapple with an 18 athletics. So that's since this is actually Ethereal's turn, but he used his legendary action to make the attack.
But no, it seems that is only a very, very low on my athletics check. My athletics has a 4 plus 4, 8. That's only a 12 on my athletics check.
Okay. So you are grappled then.
Okay. Then, can I attempt to, when you're grappled, you can still cast spells, correct?
When you're grappled, what now?
You can attempt to cast spells?
Yeah, your speed becomes 0. Condition ends if the grappler is incapacitated. Also ends if removed. Right. Yeah. So basically, all it does is make your speed 0, really, and you can't benefit from any bonus to speed.
Oh, so I can still attack?
Yeah, you can still attack him. You can still cast a spell, unless for whatever reason you can't attack an adjacent target with that weapon. But I know you can. So.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, then unhand me, you fiend! I am slippery and well coated with butter. It is time to turn! And I will make my full retinue of attacks, including my offhand attack.
Awesome.
And every time I strike, I will be smiting him verily because I do not want to be manhandled by a vampire. Not seem like smart.
Dude,
He just wants to give you a little kiss. It's all right.
It's a little one.
go that way. I swing this way.
He turns the butter this way.
My first attack. That will be AC 20.
That hits.
All right, and we will smite him using a second level spell slot, which does 3d8, and I'm fairly certain he's undead, so 48 damage on top.
That is correct.
So 1 of those and 4 of those. 4. Let's see. 10 plus 5, that's going to be 8. 20. That's 28 points of damage, and let's see, some of that is radiant, so that's 11 plus 9. That 20 of that is radiant damage,
Nice.
and that's just the first attack. Second attack. That's going to be AC. Let's see, 23.
That will also hit.
Now, can you use? I've never actually tried to smite more than once in a round.
Yeah, you can. It just
Okay.
it uses up a spell slot every time you do it. That's the only
Yeah,
restriction.
I'm not worried about that. He's got a hold of me. I do not like that at all. I'm gonna.
Yeah, no, but you could. I mean, like if you had 3 third level spell slots, you could drop them on all 3 of the attacks this round if you wanted to.
Well, I'm currently with this one out of my second level spell slots, and I don't know if I want to use my third yet because I might want to get away. So I will use the first on the last one. But
Okay.
in the meantime, I will roll the 48 and 1d10 again. And let's see, that's going to be 8 slashing damage and 17 radiant damage.
Nice.
And then on the butt end of the pole arm, that's only AC 16.
That is a miss.
Aha. And that will bring about the end of my turn because I can't move and I can't Misty Step away without using a third level spell. So.
All right. So at that point, he is going to go to bite you, Theron.
Oh, God.
16. Your AC is 15, correct?
Whoa.
No, it's 17. Split mill.
No, he's biting
Yeah,
Theron.
that,
Oh, there.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Shield.
Oh, wait.
yeah, actually, I am going to shield that.
There you go.
Yes. Thank you for reminding me.
That's what Rary's telepathic bond is for.
Because he's attacking
Also,
Theron,
friendship.
I will take my attack against him as my reaction for the new round. If I may.
Yeah, you may.
Ta-da! AC 24.
That hits.
Unhand him, you fiend! Let's
Mhm.
see. 1d10. Roll them. Woo, max damage! 15
Nice.
points of damage.
Very nice. Very nice. The ghetto crit. All right. So yeah, you shield up out of the way. And at that point, like after you strike him, he just he lets go of your armor for just a second to try to punch you again, basically, and misses when he does
Okay.
so. So there you go. That's it for that, and that brings us to Theron's turn. But Theron, at the start of your turn, he is going to attempt to bite you again.
Oh.
Well, Theron held his action before until after the vampire. So that's going to be a 17.
Yeah.
All right, so
Last, but until the end of your next turn.
5
Oh, yes, it
piercing
does. Yeah, shield lasts a while.
Oh, it lasts till the end of your next turn.
Yeah, so let me just Oh
But
no,
it's-
until the start of your next turn.
Until the
Mm.
start, yeah, not the
Yeah.
end, but the
Oh,
start.
shucks.
Okay. So
Bloody
it'd be
legendary actions.
5 piercing damage, and you take 10 necrotic damage, and you see him begin to heal slightly.
Okay. Then I am going to cast. Where are you? Chill touch on him.
Awesome.
Throwing dice around. That is a 22.
22, yeah, totally hits.
Screw you, vampire regen.
Not feeling that today. That is 15 damage.
Nice.
As a black crow hand kind of wraps around his neck.
All right. So before it looks like his healing has kind of been keeping up with the burn from the sunlight coming off of Spade's blade, but after you hit him with that, you see that it actually starts to kind of spread.
I knew Chill Touch was a good spell to take.
Oh yeah. It didn't do a lot of damage because he has resistance to necrotic, but it totally stops him from healing for the round.
Yeah.
All right, so then that brings us to Brayden.
I really am going to enjoy our time together. Come. Giaz, and he rolls a 5.
Nice.
We'll dismiss the wall of force.
And what does that spell do?
For 30 days, you are going to be the Freeman's constant companion, protect him, and do as he says to the best of your not inconsiderable abilities.
And
The
he,
telepathic bond. The vampire is now firmly under the gentleman caller's control. Give up the crown to the Freeman right away, if you please.
I thought you just gave him a quest, right? And then he has to follow that quest. So he has to protect you, but I don't think he has to follow all your commands.
Yeah.
He's charmed. And if he tries to
is he?
disobey me, he takes damage every single time.
I thought it was if he did anything against the quest. Yeah, against the confines of the quest. So, I mean, your quest was to protect you.
Here, what page is Kiaz on?
Well, it's charmed.
245.
So if he's charmed, that means he can't cause me harm, which means he can't stop me taking the crown off his head.
he can stop you, he just can't cause you physical harm. But yeah, I mean, you could go over there. Where does it? Okay, while the creature. Okay. Each time it acts in a manner. Yeah, directly counter to your initial instructions. Or directly encountered to your instructions. So, how does it work? You place a command on the creature. You can see within range, forcing it to carry out some service or refrain from some action or course of activities you decide.
It's pretty
Okay.
open-ended.
So, well, I mean, his duty is to protect you. He doesn't necessarily have to surrender the crown to you, though. He just has to make sure that no harm comes to you.
Well, in that case.
Oh man, he's gonna.
So, I mean, I'm just saying, if you really want to get super technical with it, he could just turn you into a vampire. Then you live forever. He totally protected you. I'm not actually gonna do that, but I'm just saying. Like there,
Yeah.
you're right. It is somewhat open ended. I will say that he cannot attack you, and you're right. He's not going to be able to stop you from going up and like physically removing the crown from his head. But it says nothing about your companions. So until said time that you actually go and take the crown from his head, then, which can basically be your next turn, the fight still continues.
Well, I'll take the crown off his head on this turn.
Well, you've got action. You've used action. You've used your freebie.
I'm going to take my action to take it off his head, and don't I get a free interaction with an item every turn?
Yeah, but taking something off someone's head
no,
who's
that's
in the
fair
middle
enough.
of a
That's
fight
okay.
is.
That's okay. In that case, I mean, the Wall of Force will... no, it's alright. The Wall of Force can disappear for now. But, yeah, I mean, he's charmed, so... I mean, I
Yeah.
can make him refrain from courses of action as well. So, protect the freeman and his companions.
Okay.
It's as easy as saying that.
All right. Well, okay. Then he'll stop fighting you then.
Alright, I don't know if this is really relevant, but yes, it is a casting time of 1 minute though.
Oh, 1 minute.
Yeah, that's 100% relevant.
Okay, I
'cause that's
totally missed that. Then.
10 rounds of combat.
Then 10 rounds casting it while you beat the crap out of him. Wall of Force is still active. I'm gonna go get a drink.
All right. So then that would be...
Or I'll tell you, you could just, Misty step out and...
and just wait.
Yeah.
Only one of us can do that at this time. Yeah, I think only I can do that. Ethereal will be stuck in here.
No, I think Ethereal has 3rd level spells left. He saved them specifically so he could miss this step.
Alright, we're good with that. If you teleport out and we just wait for him to fall under our control.
Yeah, but isn't Misty Step a 2nd level?
Oh, I thought it was a 3rd level. I thought
Yeah.
that's what he was saying.
No,
Yeah, I
it's
think-
2nd level, but I was burning 2nd level spells instead of 3rd level spells for smiting.
Yeah, he
Because
can
Oh.
use 3rd level spells for other stuff besides Misty Step and smiting.
Gotcha. I gotcha.
Wait, so you can use higher level spell slots for lower level spells? Even if it doesn't say...
Yeah. You just don't get any extra effect unless the description tells you so.
Oh, okay. Alright. Oh, that's really nice to know now.
All right. So in that case, then it would be. Oh no, not there, and it would be JJ. Your go.
Okay, so after all that, I'm assuming the bubble's still up.
Yeah, the bubble's still up. Brayden's in the middle of casting gaze.
Okay. Shoot. Let's see. What kind of armor is he wearing? Is it like metal armor?
Yeah, he's wearing full plate.
Okay. I guess I will. Nick will throw himself into the fray. He will cast a quicken Misty Step. Into...
Don't have to, it's already a bonus action.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, then,
Misty Step's already your bonus action.
okay, then. So yeah, then just Misty
Quickening, it's
Step.
free. No,
Yeah.
that'd be awesome if you could do that.
Even super faster. Okay, so Misty Step into the bubble, and then I will then use my action to use Shocking Grasp on him.
Okay, awesome. Give me your attack roll. Once the disco ball of Vampire Lord Slay. Awesome.
Oh, man.
Okay,
For those
so
of
I
you who do actually watch this video or are watching right now, I wish you could see chat. That's all I'm saying.
alright, so I got 20 for the first
Yeah.
two.
that totally hits.
Okay, and then for the third one I got 21.
For a third?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's 3d8, right, for Shocking Grasp?
Oh, no. For Shocking Grasp is one attack and does all 3d8. Eldritch Blast is the only one that's like separate attacks.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I just saw that.
So, I mean, downside is you make separate attack rolls. Benefit is you can spread them out if you kill somebody with the very first blast.
Gotcha. All right, so yeah, so the attack roll was a 20, and then
Yeah,
for
that
damage,
totally hits. So yeah.
and damage will be a 16.
All right. He definitely takes the 16 damage as you see like the lacerations in his flesh just continuing to like open and like burn further from the exposure to this light and now the electricity from your shocking grasp. And on that, he's going to turn and try to punch you after you shocking grasp him.
Oh no.
And what's your armor class?
It is 15.
Okay, he does. Oh wait, he's disadvantaged. Hold on. Yeah, he does hit. For 6, and you are grappled.
So since I'm grappled, is there? Can I still react?
Yes.
Okay, so I will cast Hellish Rebuke on him,
Yeah.
and I forget, is that a save or do I have to make a roll?
No, I'm pretty sure you make an attack roll. I think.
Hold on, let me
For
check.
rebuke. No.
Dexterity saving throw, yeah.
Alright.
Remember, if you actually destroy him, he'll vanish. We need to keep him, for the want of a better word, alive until the spell takes effect.
Ah. So yeah, it's on you, Joshua.
Alright.
Do you still
Yeah.
make me do the Hellish Rebuke, or
What's
can I
that?
still take that back?
Oh, you don't want to do Hellish Rebuke?
Oh no, I'm just asking. Like, is it too late to take that back, or?
I mean, you can take it back if you want to. That's your call.
Okay, well, I was just asking the DM if I already said it. Since okay.
Yeah.
Can I just get how was he looking before I shocking grasped him?
Yeah, he looks pretty worse for wear.
Okay, so I won't do the Hellish Rebuke then.
Alright. And then, so then that brings us to, oh yeah, Ethereal, that's your go. Spade.
Burn, baby, burn. Let's see. Well, we've got this guy on the ropes, and the presence of this evil in my face is not going to allow me to give it any sort of quarter. So, for my bonus, nope, I'm not even going to waste my bonus action on that because I'm going to attack him again. We're just going to keep smiting in this disco ball of butter-turning vampire lord. So we'll turn, baby, turn. Bring up Dice Stream, and let's see. Actually, I'm going to take this opportunity as well to Reckless Attack. I've had enough of this vampire. Be gone with you. My first attack, AC 23.
That hits.
All right, I will burn a first level spell to smite him verily, meaning I will add 3d8 to my damage.
Very nice.
All right, that is 13 slashing plus 10 radiant.
There you go.
And for my second attack, AC 24, and I will burn another first level spell slot. I'm running low on these. And I will re-roll that one because I have Great Weapon Fighter. And I don't like that. And get the maximum on the other end. So that would be 15 slashing and, let's see, 18 radiant.
All right. And describe the quote-unquote killing blow before he turns into a cloud of mist.
All right. In good old disco style, he kind of does the hustle while spinning his halberd around and around and around, literally fighting through it over and over and over again, slashing to and from, putting all of these glowing arcs of radiant energy as they just slash around in this glowing ball that's kind of hard to see out of or inside of because it's just so brilliant and sparkling light flashes everywhere, lighting up the night until finally this vampire that is in front of him explodes into a cloud of mist, and the crown upon his head is draped on the end of the glaive that he has been sighting to and from, and Spade smiles verily. Karmash has won again!
Awesome. And with that at your touch, the crown is wreathed in glowing light, and becomes a starry apparition that fades away to the astral plane. And there's a misty vampire and a bunch of plate mail sitting on the ground, like trapped in this bubble with you.
We'll see at the minute until the misty vampire submits to my will. Then go off to rest and reform.
Alright. So after submitting to your will, you notice that the dragon seems to have run out of things to fight, as the vast majority of the undead here have started to sort of fall, and the mist of the area is sort of dissipating, and the roiling fog rolls away. The dragon begins to lumber forward towards your location. Where is my crown?
Spade, he's asking for the
The,
crown.
the vampire has escaped with it.
Has what?
The vampire, clearly afraid of your terrible and awesome power, has fled like a coward with the crown.
Give me a deception roll. Deceive the dragon.
Yeah, that's a 20.
Oh, nice. Nice. So what does that make your total? I mean, it's an automatic success, but what does that make your total?
It makes it 23.
Awesome. Alright, the dragon just... Foolish mortals are not worth my time. I will find him and claim my crown. And he just, basically, takes off and soars into the air, crashing down on, back on top of this lodge in the middle of the woods, and begins to, literally just, tear the roof off of it.
Apparently, the big tyrant lizard likes to be talked to. Perhaps while he's tearing things apart, we should assist him by going and investigating that angelic statue that we were laid eyes upon earlier. I say that while picking up the even heavier armor that's down here laying at my feet.
I don't know about you, but I don't want to be going in there while he's destroying the place.
But we'll just talk to him. It'll be fine.
How about we just wait a moment and kind of catch our breath here?
Yeah, the dragon, sort of tears into where he knows the vampire lord slept, and when he doesn't find him, and sees that the mist and the magic has sort of dissipated, he just flies off in disgust. And I think that is where we are going to bring things to a close in the material world. Obviously, you guys will get to go in and explore the ruins, and I will post in the event what treasure and everything like that you guys end up finding within there. that you guys can split amongst yourselves for your characters for future adventures.
Lovely.
Congratulations, you totally made it through that with everything that I had intended for a level 5 party, or for a party of 5 people. So, yeah, you guys totally managed to finagle your way through a lot of that stuff. And, I'm a fan of interesting and odd ways to get around challenges. So, yeah, the way that you negated the dragon was good. Because because I got to that point and I was like, that's the only logical thing that happens now. The vampire, because he saw you guys when you were in the tree.
Yeah.
And I'm like, he obviously goes and gets his dragon mount and comes back to kill you. Like, that's just what happens, So...
Really made it a lot.
Yeah, no, it really did.
But
Like,
those
oh,
are net 20
sad-
rolls on
sad
dragon
man.
diplomacy, man.
Yeah,
We
dude,
should just run
awesome
around and
rolls.
talk to dragons from here on out. No more dragon slayers. We are the dragon whisperers.
Very nice, very nice. So yeah, thank you guys. Okay, so I want to run something by you guys, and this is something that I've been contemplating. I'm contemplating just having going through all of the one-shots, and then going back and going through and doing the rounds of the tournaments, because the one-shots are basically going 4 hours, it looks like. So to try to run the tournament on top of that basically means I have to schedule 2 one-shots either in a row for one group, which has become very problematic, as Ethereal can tell you.
Indeed. We still don't know who got what from the first adventure.
Magic item-wise?
Yeah.
I thought you guys finally came to an agreement.
No, nobody else wanted the armor, so I took that. But everything else is still up in the air, so I didn't take what I really wanted was the Dare's instant fortress, which was hilarious to actually unleash that in the middle of the keep. That was my plan.
Yeah, that would have been great. Okay, so what I'm thinking is I'm gonna go through and I'm gonna do the actual battle royal things at the end of the whole one-shot series.
Okay.
That
I
way.
agree with that. It just seems like it would be more climactic that way as well.
Yeah, exactly. That way, it's like all of these, and here are the gods who are responsible for bringing these, and then each one will be the competition for that week, and so on and so forth. So thank you guys. I hope you all had fun. If anybody has anything to say or that they want to plug before we go off air, then feel free to do so now. No? Oh. Yeah, this is the first group I've had where nobody has something to plug.
I mean, I don't necessarily have too much to plug, but I will say thank you so very much for a thoroughly enjoyable experience once again. I will give some shout-outs. I'll give a shout-out to the One Shot Group for getting me started back with 5th edition. I'll give a shout-out to my local gaming stores, including Titan Games and Comics. May the Southside Games and Comics rest in peace. And Treefort Games, man. They are absolutely awesome. Have all your 5th edition needs.
Very nice. And yeah, definitely go check out the RPG one-shot group. That's how this whole thing got organized. And check it out if you're interested in joining, because we're accepting new gods and new chosen all the time. Anybody else got any shout-outs?
I actually have something to plug.
Yeah, go for it, man.
Yeah, actually, me and a buddy are making a channel, Dice with the Round Table, and we're getting it started, and hopefully we'll be putting up some content soon.
Very nice. So yeah, go check out Dice with the Round Table. Anybody else anything to plug?
Nope, I got nothing.
No? All right.
Thank you, Josh,
All
for
right.
DMing.
Yeah, thank you
Thank you.
guys. I hope everybody had fun, and we'll see you next time.
Awesome.